This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truth that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning and revelation. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
Hello, welcome to show number 16 of the Finding Gnosis Show, and today we are talking about memory. How do we remember? What is remembering? So hopefully we'll learn something along the way, and hopefully we'll remember what it is that we will have learned. We can go through some slides here. I've got Grimson here. I believe that might be Mr. Seb. Hello to Grimson. How do you do, sir? Grimson has taken a vow of silence. That's okay. Well, I suppose what we can do is see who is here. If you're here and you want to, say hello in the chat and let yourself be known. It's a good time to perhaps share the stream to see if the algorithm can get it picked up and we can get some new people we haven't spoken to before, who perhaps might help us on our path to finding Gnosis. But Grimson is still here and still hasn't said anything, so we'll wait for Grimson to say hello. But yeah, please like and share the stream to help the algorithm. That's the way it works. I hate saying it, but that's just the way it works. Hello to Brother Marcus. Greetings to you, sir. Sorry, I'm mid-mouthful of Red Bush tea here, but hopefully you'll come on here at some stage if you can. And hello to Last Minute Lacey. She says, who are you guys? Where am I? Well, you know, it's a good question. Who the fuck are we and where the hell are we? I mean, that's one of the biggest problems, or two of the biggest problems that one can think about. And there aren't really any good answers, I'm afraid, Last Minute Lacey. There is just the interpretation of your mind's eye on matters and what you think is happening. And that's all that matters, I suppose, as long as it's working out for you, Last Minute Lacey. I am whoever you want me to be. We've got LOL from Last Minute Lacey, and Brother Marcus says he doesn't remember. Yes, we'll be talking about not being able to remember it later on. Hopefully, we'll delve into things like false memory, memory loss, you know, what we can do about having bad memories, as in traumatic memories, and also just the inability to remember facts and figures and stuff. You know, how can we perhaps try to improve that so that it helps us in life? Bloody existence is hard enough without, you know, not trying to do some things properly that might help us. Grim Grimson is making some noise. We're still wondering who this mysterious person is. Grim Grimson, have you decided to start speaking yet? Well, Grim Grimson, thank you for your jovial nature. We will wait for you to say something remarkable, and we hope you will. Grim Grimson, are you there? Grim Grimson, I would have to kick. Oh, you're there.
My name is Grim Grimson.
Sorry, Mr. Seb, your speaker, your microphone is absolutely atrocious.
Well, is my name Seb or is it Grim Grimson?
Well, your voice says Seb, but your name, the screen name says Grim Grimson. So we'll call you Grim
changed my
Grimson.
name to Grim Grimson.
By deed poll today?
Yes.
How did that go? Did you have to pay a fee or anything to a solicitor, or did you just do it yourself?
Okay. If you want to be a little attentive about it, I'll call myself Seb, even though
No, it's fine, Mr. Grim. It's fine, Mr. Grim. It's fine. Grim by name, grim by nature, it sounds like tonight, but it's good to have you with us anyhow. We will just, I'm sorry if these presentations are not very good, but we'll try and find something to read. Here we go. Let's make this big. That's what she said last night, and it didn't work out very well, but hopefully it will work out tonight. So let's go. Long-term memory. Is this the first slide? This sounds like a thrown into the deep end. Oh no, it's slide number 12. Sorry about that. We'll have to backtrack. Here we go. Okay, memory. And this is by Dr. Ravi Soni. Thank you very much to Dr. Ravi Soni. All your professional years of hard work and dedication have been put into these slides, I'm sure. And hopefully we will all learn something from what you've put down on the old presentation slides. So Last Minute Lacey, before we start, she says she can come on later and offer you some insight on her personal experiences with memory, on trauma, the effects of weed, false memory, short and long-term memory, and also how she understands its effect. Wendigo says, I remember damage. Brother Marcus says, might need to toggle the background or echo cancellation. Oh, it's like that again, is it? Oh, why can't I get this right? Okay, reduce background. There we go. Reduce background noise. Is that better? Brother Marcus really should be a sound technician, I'm telling you. So Last Minute Lacey says, on me, due to my own self-awareness, but I am also aware of the unknown. I don't know. Brother Marcus, our sound engineer, he's also our IT help desk, by the way. If you have an IT problem here, he's the one you go to. I mean, in the comments, he's always giving advice on what people should be doing to, work their microphone and work their camera and do this and do that. So thank God for the help desk team. That is Brother Marcus. It's a quote from Station 11. LOL, horrible show. Don't recommend it. Okay, I've actually never heard of it, so maybe I'm in a blissful state of ignorance there. And Brother Marcus does an upside down smiley face. Lovely. And I did think of working on a help desk before, because it's kind of it's quite well paid, for what you do. If you get up high enough up in the industry, become a service desk manager and all that. But yeah, it's a bit. I suppose it's a little bit boring. Sorry. Can be, depending on your team. It all depends on the people around you, doesn't it? If you've got good people around you, even if you're doing a kind of monotonous job, you can have banter and laughs, and you can have work nights out and even romance. You can have jokes, as I said. You can become friends. Sometimes you are lucky in a working environment. You get that. I've had that in the past. I've really loved spending time with my colleagues, and we've had a blast. Also have had the opposite, where being around like kind of Neanderthal knuckle dragging kind of monsters who are emotionally not there and mentally not very well there either, and it's been quite a chore. So I've been through it. If you're going through that now, I did actually come out the other side. I survived, so I'm sure you can too. Hello to Divine Hazel, who says hello, y'all. May you always have peace and love. But obviously she says it in a much nicer voice than me, and she probably sang it as well. So thank you, Divine Hazel, for that. So we'll go on to these slides then. Memory by these slides are by Dr. Ravi Soni. Okay, so it goes on to say, memory. Cognition is the processing of information coming from the environment through our senses. Okay, and now that's interesting, isn't it? That our senses are obviously driving our memories. So for those of us who have deficits in some sensory ability, it creates a problem in our cognition, from the outset. But I have heard that some people make up for it in other areas. So if you're hard of hearing, you might have better eyesight, hopefully. Or maybe your brain just thinks like, I don't know, faster and better to try and make sense of the kind of lower level of sound that you are hearing. I don't know. Maybe you recognize vibrations or something. I mean, I remember my siblings used to play the piano, not me, but my siblings did, and they were bloody good at it. And there was a piano tuner that used to come to our house now and again to tune the old ivories for my siblings. And he was as blind as a bat, but he could hear a pin drop, from 2 miles away. He had fantastic hearing, and that's he also had perfect pitch, so he was able to recognize notes when they were sung or when they were played perfectly fine. And that's a rare skill to have. He had it all. So although he was lacking in one area, his body made up for it in another, his mind made up for it in another, and he got a job out of it. There you go. He got a well-paid job out of it. Not everyone can be a piano tuner. Obviously nowadays, probably people, I don't know. I've never been around anyone getting their piano tuned these days, but probably there's some AI auto tuner that you download on your iPhone or something. At least I know that's there for like the ukulele and the guitar and stuff. It's probably there for the piano as well now. So all those poor blind as a bat piano tuners, maybe they are out of a job, but I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm sure they've worked out something good to do with their time, and I do wish them well. We've got Kim B. Kim B. Hello to Kim B. Kim B in the house. Kim B, I hope you will join us for a conversation on the show in a bit or whenever you can. But it's very pleasant to have you here. And we have the lovely ladies Lacey and Divine Hazel giving, pleasantries to each other and salutations and all that. So memory. Information refers simply to sensory input from the environment. So, what you see, what you feel, what you hear all around us. Obviously, some of us, we all have different abilities to sense the information. And some of us are feeling and hearing things more than others, maybe because we've got heightened awareness due to maybe even PTSD. That's something we could think about. I don't know if they're going to talk about that tonight on these slides, but PTSD is an interesting one because it gives you what they call a heightened sense of awareness. What do they call that in psychiatry terms? Somebody help me. Is it hypervigilance? I think that's what it's called, hypervigilance. So when you're hypervigilant, you kind of take things in around you more than other people would because you've been so traumatized in life that you're noticing little things because you're scared of the possible threats around you. So you become very perhaps insightful about little things that other people don't notice, and you're able to build a map of meaning from them and what they might cause to happen next. So sometimes, yes, hypervigilance can be a good thing. Hypervigilant people can become very insightful, and they can be amazing people to be around later on, because they learn so much from these their ability to watch, learn, introspect, and make sense of the world. So not necessarily about fear, just being ready for whatever happens next. So being ready and raring to go. Interesting. I had a friend who had that. He was involved in a few altercations here and there with knives. He was the innocent party, and some crazy bastard broke into his house and took his girlfriend hostage with a knife many years ago. And so that's what set him off on his old PTSD spiral. But he did save her. He was the hero without the cape. But she did leave him a few months later, I believe, but for other reasons. Anyway, so the heroes don't always live happily ever after, but he's all right now. So we've got Kim. Kim B says that her spidey senses are always tingling. Interesting. Tingling isn't always bad, I can tell you. Anyway, memory. Memory is a complex cognitive or mental process that involves encoding, storage, and retrieval of information. Yes. Encoding is the process of receiving input and transforming it into a form or code which can be stored. Okay, so hopefully we do store some memories that are beneficial, and then hopefully they're not all bad, and hopefully they're not all false. Storage is the process of actually putting coded information into memory. Retrieval is the process of gaining access to stored coded information when it is needed. So yeah, when it is needed being the important part. I don't know how many of you have suffered from intrusive thoughts or intrusive memories popping into your mind now and again, coming at the most unfortunate time. It's happened to me in the past where things you don't really want to think about just pop into your head, things that have happened, memories of the past, bleak moments in your existence, perhaps painful ones, memories that just come out of the ether and wreck your buzz. So yeah, sometimes that happens. Anyway, theories of memory formation. Number one, we have information processing theory. Level of processing theory. Okay, so let's just see if he explains what this is. Information. Oh, he does. Thank you, doctor. Information processing theory is like a digital computer, apparently, and it's developed by Richard Atkinson and Richard Schifrin, 1968. So he says the environment is around us, okay, and that causes a sensory input. So obviously we have these sensory organs in our body, and we sense the environment, okay, and this is registered by our mind, by our brain, and it goes into our short-term memories. So we have this working memory where we feel and think about what is happening in the moment, okay. We remember things that have just happened so that we can add A and B and get to C, or we can move around. So we can go into the kitchen with our empty cuppa and remember that we want a cup of tea, so we put the kettle on. So it's the short-term memory, the working memory. Now then it goes on to rehearsal. So the more you do things, the more you keep doing things, the more you rehearse it, the more you train, the more it is likely to go into what they refer to here as the long-term memory, okay, LTM. Okay, now once it's in your long-term memory, your brain is obviously getting filled up with things that are going to that portion of the brain, or the brain is most likely to be impacted by such kinds of memories. So it starts categorizing them in there somehow or other, and there's neural pathways that come from the regions of the brain that light up, the neurons that light up when that long-term memory is called into action. And that is called into action by repetitive experience, or by rehearsal, or training, or educating yourself on a subject again and again and again. So I doubt we'll remember anything about memory today, because this is a once-off. But anyway, so it goes into your brain, and there's categorizations, and then there is retrieval. So as and when required, you'll be able to speak fluent French, or say how to bake your favorite cake, or maybe you'll be able to describe how to do a workout, you know, or maybe you'll be able to write a perfect letter to somebody telling them they're a CUNT, because you've done it before. You've done it before, and you know how to do it. It's in there. Example, remembering a telephone number. Yes. Not something I do anymore, but I used to be able to remember telephone numbers. They used to be in there. I used to remember my home phone number for my parents. I used to remember my mobile number, my girlfriend's number, my friends' numbers when I was younger. You know, the important ones, they were in there. And yeah, but not anymore. I haven't a clue. I don't even know I know my parents' number, my landline, because I still have one of the same one for many years. But other than that, I honestly don't even know my number. I don't even know my number. Now that is bad. I admit that's bad, but I changed my SIM card. So I was getting too many spam calls, too many fucking spoof calls. So from people, you know, asking me if I'd ever been in a car crash or whatever. And I was fed up with it, so I changed my number. And I was also getting a lot of text messages telling me to join a casino. So there you go. I had to change. I had to abandon ship and get a new SIM card. But anyway, so hello to Black Hole. Yes, and I still remember my first number from growing up as well. Yes, I still do as well. Be interesting to ring it and see who answers, wouldn't it? That would be funny. Hey, this used to be my telephone number when I was a child. Who are you? But anyway, right. Hello, Black Hole. All right, we'll go on then. Sensory register. Storage function. Sensory channels are such as visual. Okay, so your eyes, what you see. Auditory, what you hear. Olfactory gets a mention, so what you smell. And tactile, what you touch. Okay, and gustatory, what you taste. Gustatory. Now that's a nice word I don't use day to day. Brother Marcus says he doesn't know his number as well, so I'm not alone in my ignorance of my numerical telephony identification. Let's have a look here. So anyway, these different sensory abilities are called the sensory register, you know, and information is held for a very brief period within the confines of that specific part of the sensory register. Most of it is usually lost. Okay, that makes sense, because when you look around, you know, when you use your visual sensory register, you don't take everything in. I mean, I'm looking around the room now. Oh shit, I just noticed a bit I need to type. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But yes, you know, you don't remember everything you're fucking seeing all the time, or you're hearing all the time. You know, I mean, that would be absolute hell if you did. Can you imagine if you walked out on the street and you just went home and you just remembered everything about everything that you just experienced or you just saw or heard, no matter how pointless or trivial it was? It's bad enough having, you know, bad memories, traumatic ones, but at least they do something, I suppose, evolutionarily speaking, which I'm sure we'll go into. But You know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work out why we remember bad things, things that traumatize us, because we're just mere animals, and animals need to stay alive, and they need to avoid bad experiences, because bad experiences are that which threatens our survival. So that's why we remember bad things. That's why things traumatize us, and it's kind of nature's way of saying, hey, you don't re-experience this, stay away from this kind of thing. You know, that's kind of what it get traumatized by things as we're going through life, and we remember things that were just momentary kind of experiences, and we attach meaning to them that perhaps isn't necessary, because, you know, it's just something that someone said to you once when you were like 12 or something, you know, and it only lasted 12 seconds, but yet you remember it for like the rest of your life or something like that, you know, or maybe something other than that happened. I won't go into what could have happened, because loads of horrible things could have happened, but anyway, you know what I mean. So information is held for a brief moment as we're walking around. Most of it is usually lost. Information which was attended and recognized is passed to the short-term memory. So this is the key here. Information which is, let's just say, important to you somehow or other, it's recognized. So, you know, when you walk around and you see, you know, you might be in a foreign country, for example, and then suddenly you see a sign in your mother tongue. So in my case, English, right? That's going to have some obvious recognition for me. I'm going to recognize those words, and I'm probably going to be thankful to see something that isn't in weird, wiggly, alien lines that I don't understand. So I'm going to attend that, and I'm going to think about what is on that sign, and that's going to have a greater effect on me than some wiggly lines that I know not what they mean. Okay. So anyway, so when you walk around, things that you recognize, okay, and things that you actually contemplated for a little while, they go into your short-term memory. Okay. Now they go into your short-term memory, and the visual sensory register holds information for 1 second in the form of iconic image. Okay. This is a copy of visual input stored as a faint image. Now that's interesting, is it? So you're walking around, and that is an interesting phenomenon, isn't it, guys? When you're walking around and you're seeing, but you can also see things in your mind's eye as well at the same time. I mean, I don't know, apparently not everybody has a mind's eye where they see things, but I do. I have one of those. And it is interesting that you can be somewhere looking at something, but at the same time seeing something in your head as well, seeing something in your mind. Interesting. Same goes for, you can be thinking as well, as you can hear, you can almost hear words inside your mind as you're listening to the hustle and bustle of the cityscape, or the birds tweeting in the trees, or wherever you are. Auditory sensory register holds information for 4 to 5 seconds. Oh, that's interesting. So the visual sensory register holds information for 1 second, but the auditory sensory register, so what you hear, that's held for 4 to 5 seconds. Okay. That gives you 4 to 5 seconds to attach meaning to it, to recognize it, and to attend to it, to contemplate it. And if you do that, it goes into your short-term memory, your working memory, and it's rattled around in there to assess how important it is, what you need to do about the situation. Okay, going forward. All right.
I suppose.
Short-term memory, yeah. Short-term memory, the memory which holds information received from the sensory register for up to 30 seconds. Okay, so 30 seconds here. Length of time depends on a number of factors. The experiment technique used in this experiment is called free recall. The subjects were shown 15 nouns, each presented for 1 second and 2 seconds, with a 2 seconds interval in between. Subjects were asked to recall the nouns in any order that came to mind. Zero delay conditions. So number 1, serial position effect, 2, primacy effect, and 3, recency effect. Okay, so I'm going to keep reading. I don't know quite what that means, but I think the slides will show us what is the outcome of the experiment. So 10 or 30 seconds delay. If delay interval is filled with mental activity, decrease or elimination of recency effect, but not primacy effect was found. Okay, serial position effect. I'm going to have to look this up, guys. I'm going to have to look this up. Okay, so I'll go to I'll go to the chat. Can someone in chat look that up, and I'll keep going. I'll just keep reading, and if I see that someone else looked up in the chat, I'll read it. Okay, so Kim B says about 5 years ago, she received what she can best describe as visions or channeling from dragons. She just feels like she's going crazy. I'm so glad the algorithm brought me to your channel. Well, I'm glad too, Kim B. Sometimes good things do happen in this world. And she says that she's cooking while listening, so she hasn't been able to see the chat. That's fine. So we've got Christian Thompson says the nervous system transmits messages to the brain at the speed of 180 miles per hour. Okay. Right. So yeah, if you could, Seb, would you be able to do that for me, brother? Could you be my beautiful assistant tonight?
Well, no, but I can be your ugly assistant if that's fine.
No, I've seen you before. You're a very handsome chap, and I'm no homo saying that. You know, you're a very handsome chap. So, anyway, would you like to do that for me, brother?
Okay.
Or you just look up what is the serial position effect, what is the primacy effect, and what is the recency effect in free recall. Okay, so we're in short-term memory. So, yeah. I mean, recency effect, I would say, is obvious. It's like when it just happened, how long ago it happened. You know, serial position effect. I mean, I presume that's something to do with when something happened in a chain of events. Primacy effect. That could be. I'm not quite sure what that would mean. But anyway, if you could look that up, I would be grateful. Okay. Short-term memory cause. The last item in the list is still in the short-term memory. Okay, so I think that's to do with the serial position effect. When did something happen in the chain? So if for example you're making the bed and you put the mattress, the sheet over the mattress, and then you put your bed sheet, and then you put the duvet, you're going to remember the duvet because it came in the chain last. You know, that's going to be its position in the chain or experience that you just had. So that's the that would be the serial position, I believe. Oh, yeah, but I'm going to look it up because I'm going to look up. 1 second here. One second.
Serial position effect just now.
Oh, good man. Tell us what it means, brother.
So it's simple. It's just that one has a tendency to remember the first and the last thing of some sort of thing. I suppose
that's
it could be anything, like it could apply to a sentence or a song or even a word. I guess
that's very interesting.
That's due to the faultiness of memory in general, and how and we learned that people can only generally remember 4 or 5 seconds of some sort of audio at a time. So I guess certain effects like the serial position effect can assist and compensate for the faulty memory processes of our brains.
Yeah, that is very good. Have you found anything on the others there? I'll go back a slide.
Oh yeah, I have to Google the others. Okay, primary effect. The primary effect is a tendency to remember the first piece of information we encounter better than the information presented later on. So I don't know why that is.
Can you say that again, brother? Can you say that again? Sorry, I missed that.
The primary effect is the tendency to remember the first piece of information we encounter better than the information presented later on. So already now I can see a synergy.
Well, I can understand that, because when you're confronted with something, like I say, usually the way we talk as human beings, right? If something, we'll say, "Hey, did you hear about this?" That's the important part of the conversation, yeah. And then afterwards, we describe what it is. So I presume we evolved to take in what someone says first, okay? Because that's the most important bit. Like, "Hey, did you hear it's going to rain today?" And then I describe that it's going to rain, why it rains, or where it's going to rain, or what time it's going to rain. you know, the most important bit is the rain. That's the bit you need. That's the fundamentally important bit, you know, and I'm sure there's other examples that you could come up with. This is all related to survival, I'm sure. What is important is the crux of the matter, and that's usually the bit that we say first, right?
Indeed, and the primary effect.
And also, it's not just what we say, Seb, if I may, it's not just what we say, but it's what we experience. So if we're walking around, right, and say I walk into the kitchen, I touch something, it's hot, damn, fuck, that's hot. I remember it's hot, not that I pulled my arm away or fucking, you know, or that, you know, I don't remember what happened just after. I remember, fuck me, that's hot, don't touch that again, you know? So it's like, it's not just what you hear other people say. It's like when you experience something that wakes you out of your autopilot, that wakes you up from your stupor, that's the primacy effect. That's the most important thing, because it woke you up. It's important, you know? And that's what you have to remember. Why did it wake you up, you know? That comes next, I'm sure. So go ahead, brother.
On the way I see it, the primary effect would work in synergy with the serial position effect, since in the serial position effect, one tends to remember the first and the last thing, and with a primacy effect, one has a tendency to remember the first piece of information. But so there could be a synergy between the two effects. Or it
they're both very important. I mean, it sounds like a
effect is a part of the primacy effect.
Right.
It's just it consists of at least one part of the primacy effect, perhaps.
Right. Well, Global says words presented early in the list, the primacy effect, and at the end of the list, the recency effect, were more often recalled, while words in the middle were frequently forgotten. Now, I believe this is something encoded into us. The beginning and the end are very important, and I'm going to prove this. Can you read that?
Yeah.
You can read this, even though I spelled.
That's really bad spelling, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It's for a reason. You can read this.
Yeah, no,
you can read this, even though I spelled it all wrong. Now, the interesting thing is, it doesn't matter about the letters that are jumbled up in the middle. What matters is the beginning and end of each word. Okay,
yeah,
so that's how this seems to be a fundamental pattern that the human brain has. That we look at the beginning and the end of something when we're trying to make sense of it or see what's important. Yeah.
And something fascinating about this is how it seems like when it's spelled like that, it doesn't seem to slow down my reading of the sentence.
No, it doesn't. It is quite unusual, isn't it? It's an amazing example. Right. Let's keep going. Thank you for that, Seb. What would we do without you, brother? This is okay. The last item in the list is still in the short-term memory. That's the recency thing, yeah. That's the recency, yeah. Short-term memory is
that.
No. Well, the recency you did, didn't you? You did look up recency.
A cognitive bias in which those items, ideas, or arguments that came last I remembered more clearly than those that came first. But it seems like, if I'm not mistaken, it seems like the recency effect and the primacy effect seems very similar to like a fusion. It seems like the serial position effect is like a fusion between the primary effect and the recency effect.
That's an interesting observation. Now, it says here 10 or 30 seconds delay. If the delay interval is filled with mental activity, decrease or elimination of the recency effect, but not primacy effect, was found. Okay, so 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 10 to 30 seconds delay. Okay, so if you're thinking about it, okay, during that period, there's a decrease or elimination of the recency effect, but not the primacy effect. Okay, so the thing that startled you, the thing that most, the thing that overtly woke you up, or that you perked your ears up to, that is still the thing that counts, or the thing that really gets into your mind. So your mind starts stewing over it and thinking about it.
Yes. And what could use those sort of psychological effects to one's advantage? If I know.
Well, we'll have a think about that later, Seb. We'll keep reading these slides for now. Short-term memory. Okay, so the last item in the list is still in the short-term memory. Okay, so the short-term memory is transient in quality. Okay, so that means it's moving, it's changing, it doesn't stay the same. Okay, it's got limited storage capacity. Okay, so you can only think about a certain number of things. It's finite in your short-term memory. You can't think about everything in your short-term memory. But it says here 7 items plus or minus 2. So that means some people can think of 9, some people can think of only 5. Perhaps I think I'm only about 1, if even. Anyway, storage capacity can be increased by a process called chunking. Now, here's some interesting information, Brother Seb, which means dividing total information into chunks and then remembering them. Now, this is something like I used to do. I used to do this type of thing when I was studying. I didn't call it chunking, right? But I used to like come up with a word, and then the first letter of each the word, say this, the word spelled, I don't know, whatever. I said, what? Yeah, say whatever. Then W would stand for something that was important in what I was studying. H would stand for something. A would stand for something, and there would be a clear pattern or a process of why I was putting it in a logical form, flow. So the water was related to the H, to the A, to the T, and it was done so in a logical fashion. So there was a meaningful reason why they were one after the other. That really helped me when I was studying back in school.
Yeah, that is a good studying tactic. And it's memory strategies that are used by memory champions. So it seems like
it definitely worked for me, but you still have to know what the fuck you still have to know what the stuff means as well. So it's not a total get out.
Yeah, when one trusts one's own judgment and remembers stuff the way one wants to, one tends to do a lot better. A general rule of thumb is that people in educational units in institutions are usually cranky cunts who doesn't care about their students and their abilities.
Okay. So, for example, remembering telephone numbers. Yes, I mean when we record telephone numbers, we often say the first 2 or 3 digits, and then we have like a kind of pattern in how we say it. So it's like 3 digits, 2 digits, like 1 digit. I don't know, depending on where you're from, whichever sounds the best. Sometimes it's about how it sounds. We usually, you know what I mean, we break up, even though it's, for example, it's 11 numbers or 9 numbers or whatever it is. We don't just rattle off 9 numbers. We say it in distinct chunks. So we say it in like 3, 3, 3, or 5, 2, 2, whatever it, or 2, 4, 2, 1, whatever it is. We have a way of breaking it up so that it's memorable.
Yes.
The fate of information in the short-term memory. Information is mostly lost by newer information, which displaces the old one. So, yeah, as we're walking around, things come into our mind by recognition or by the fact they've startled us, and they will be lost by newer stuff that we've sensed coming into us from our sensory organs. And if that stuff overrides what is happening, what we're thinking about in our short-term memory, then the previous memory will be lost into the ether. It will just be gone. For example, if I'm standing at the bus stop and the bus is coming and I'm about to get on it, but then a man pulls out a knife and points it at me, I'm not going to remember that the bus is coming. Okay, I'm going to remember that there's a man in front of me with a fucking knife pointed at me, because that's the important thing to think about in that moment. That is what your short-term memory should be remembering. What is happening in this, around me right now, that is to do with my survival. That is important to me. Okay, that's a kind of, I suppose that's an extreme example, but you get the point. Some of the, it's important for me. What is important for me in that situation is to deal with the man with the knife rather than, you know, try to get on the bus, you know.
And the filtering of information is very useful to be able to keep one's attention the way one wants it. And earlier in the stream, you mentioned how hellish it would be to be able to remember everything one ever experienced in one's life, and that sort of stuff would mess with this sort of selective forgetting.
Absolutely. Okay, so some of the information in the short-term memory is neither lost nor retrieved, but passed along the next memory stage to the long-term memory, okay, through rehearsal. So what it's saying there is sometimes, obviously, we lose our memories from the short-term memory because they're not applicable or not necessary to keep a hold of. Sometimes they cause other memories to be recalled from our long-term memory to come into our consciousness to help us deal with what is happening. But at other times, it may be a new experience, something that is still important for us to remember because, say, it does affect our survival. It is something that is beneficial for us to know. And so it's passed to the next memory stage, which is known as long-term memory, through rehearsal, or I would say through the gravity of it as well. So it's an immensely impactful situation. It will go into our long-term memory. So if it's something that really grabs a hold of our attention, if it's really intense, it would go into our long-term memory. But also, if it's just, for example, if you're in the classroom, you're at work, or you're practicing a hobby, or you're listening to your favorite subject on radio or podcast or whatever, then through rehearsal, through the repetition of the matter, it will go into your long-term memory eventually, bit by bit, part by part, you know. Unless you've got like a photographic memory and you just remember stuff like that, but not many of us are so blessed, you know. You know, some people look at things and just remember it after looking at a page, you know. I'm sure there's another version for hearing things as well. Rehearsal. So the process of rehearsal consists of keeping items of information in the center of attention, perhaps by repeating items silently or aloud. That's interesting. Seb, when you try to learn things, do you benefit from talking about it, or do you benefit from keeping quiet and just thinking about it, like in your mind, or do you benefit from talking about it or like saying it out loud?
Yeah, I would benefit from saying it out loud.
Okay.
Like thinking about it.
I mean, it's not on the agenda today, I don't believe, but there are apparently different learning styles. I know that some people learn from looking, some people learn from hearing, and some people learn from kind of there's a kinetic element to it. So they need to be moving, they need to be doing something as they're taking it in. So perhaps they need to be writing it out furiously on a page for it to go into their brain. I mean, apparently this is a thing. So the more the item is rehearsed, the more likely it is to be transformed into the long-term memory. And it depends on the amount of rehearsal and the way it is rehearsed. Okay. So here we go on about rehearsal. So there's maintenance rehearsal. Okay. This is a passive process of repetition. And it's going over and over again what is to be remembered. Okay. So, you know, I suppose that's like prayers being told to you if you're brought up in a religious family as a child. You know, that's kind of a passive process of repetition. You hear them again and again. You don't put too much thought into remembering them, but it's just things are said so often around you, and you join in and say it as well, that you end up remembering it just because it's being rehearsed and said, repeated so much again and again. Same as on jobs, you know, you remember by doing things again and again, what needs to be done. Practice makes perfect, they say. And then there's the elaborative rehearsal. During rehearsal, material is given organization and meaning so that it can be fitted into existing organized long-term memories. Okay, so this is something obviously a bit more complex. So during the rehearsal, material is given organization and meaning. So when you're thinking about something, it's not just, you know, going through the motions. You're actually contemplating it, okay? so that it can be put into boxes that already exist in your long-term memory. Okay, so it's like in biology, you'll be learning the different the classes, the taxonomy of fauna and flora, and you'll be learning about what species, what it's related to, what class it is, whether it's a mammal, a reptile, or whatever, and you will be looking at what you're dealing with, and you'll be putting it into a box that's already in your memory. So when you see a peacock, for example, you'll say, yeah, that's a bird that's got, and then it will go into the bird box. When you see a dog, you will say, oh yeah, that's a mammal, that'll go into the mammal box, and then whatever the class is or whatever, it will go into, for example, the vertebrate box because it's got a backbone. These are things that you already know exist in your minds, in the map in your brain, and so you're grabbing what is before you and you're trying to place it into something to help it make sense, okay, to you, to give it meaning, to give it a way of remembering it. Because if you didn't do that, if you didn't attach it to something that was already there in your brain, in the long-term memory, well, you wouldn't be able to understand anything. That's interesting, isn't it? That when we're learning, we're attaching something that we've come to see. We're analyzing and we're attaching it to what is before, what we've learned before in our brain. Okay, so that's why you're not going to be able to learn a language too easily as an adult. When you go and live in another country, it's harder because as a child you're watching the kind of micro emotions and stuff, and the maintenance rehearsal is going on around you. You're hearing these words again and again in certain situations, okay, and your brain hasn't got as much clutter going on, so you're able to devote more of your attention to it, okay, and so you'll soak it up. But as you get older, there's a lot, your brain is already full of a lot of junk, okay, and when you hear a foreign language, you're not in a position to think about your micro emotions, the context of what is to such a degree, because there's other stuff going on. There's other stuff going on in your life. There's you are the adult now. You have to try and you have to try and provide for others. So you've got different responsibilities. You've got responsibilities, number one. So your brain is working on that rather than trying to passively take things in and decode what is going on. You're more stressed, basically. Stress, I'd say, affects learning as well, definitely.
But more importantly, it's related to neuroplasticity. And
what is, sorry? Learning?
Yeah, why it's harder to learn things in like adulthood. There's a high rate of neurogenesis, which is the birth of new neurons,
right,
in adolescence, and it tends to decrease
as we get older,
age. And also during adolescence there is a high rate of synaptic pruning,
that damn synaptic pruning. We mention that nearly every stream. But it is a pesky thing.
I mentioned it briefly once.
I know, but I'm obsessed with it now.
Sergeant of pruning or something.
I'm obsessed with synaptic pruning.
Of synaptic pruning.
Right. Let's go on, Seb. We're going to long-term memory now. So long-term memory is the memory which holds information received from the short-term memory, and it holds it for a long period of time. The precise time is not known, and I'm sure it varies from person to person. It may be days, it may be months, years, or a lifetime. The storage capacity, it says here, no limit. Okay. Well, anyway, forgetting of long-term memory. Information is there, and we have difficulty in retrieving it because it is not stored in an organized fashion, okay? So it's not linked to something beneficial or meaningful for us, okay? It might be this abstract thing that happened and it's not really related to much, and it's hard to kind of logically apply it, okay, to something else, okay? So maybe from that sense, even though we heard it, even though it was repeated again and again, we don't necessarily know what the hell it means, okay? And it doesn't actually benefit us. So I suppose there's an element of intellectual ability goes on in categorizing it, you know, and that's obviously a matter of reason, a matter of thinking, and that we all have different abilities in that through no fault of our own. So if it's not stored or organized in a fashion we are not if it's not stored or organized in a fashion we are not searching in the right part of the memory storehouse, okay? So if someone teaches you something but doesn't tell you why it's important to remember it, well, you're not going to remember it perhaps you're not going to remember it when necessary, okay? So if someone teaches you, for example, the French language but tells you you're speaking Hindi, okay, you know, if someone asks you, can you speak Hindi, you know, you're gonna start saying the wrong language, okay? Or if someone asks you, can you speak French, you're going to say no, even though you can speak it. You just think it's called Hindi. So of confusion and interference produced by new things which have been learned and put into the long-term memory. So yeah, if new things that come into your long-term memory are confusing to you, and kind of maybe even contradict things that you've learned before, perhaps that can cause some turbulence in your mind, and maybe it could also cause you to forget things as well. Because I've also heard that, hopefully the slides tonight will go into this, but there is a theory that when we learn new things, old things get replaced. Sometimes they say that as well. I don't know if that's true, but this slide here said that we have unlimited ability to remember things in our long-term memory, but I don't know about that. We do apparently have loads of brain cells, but I don't think it's all about brain cells. I think it's about neural pathways and what part of the brain are, you know, getting used. But anyway, long-term memory contains words, sentences, ideas, concepts, and the life experiences, okay, we have had. So there's the semantic memory, which I think is about words, okay, and facts and figures, okay? So yeah, so it contains meanings of words and concepts and the rule of using them. So like how to use grammar, okay, into the language, okay? So it's a vast network of meaningfully organized items of information. So this is something that would get Noam Chomsky, you know, excited. So it's how we remember the rules, the words, you know, things that are taught to us in school, facts and figures, you know, the numbers, all those types of things. It is also, for example, I would say outside of you. So it's general knowledge. It's remembering that the capital of France is Paris, okay? It's remembering that the president of the United States at the moment is, unfortunately, Donald Trump. It's remembering the biggest asshole in the world is Elon Musk. That is semantic memory, okay? Because that's outside of you, okay? You're remembering things of this world, and that's semantic memory. Episodic memory is the memories of things that have happened to a person in the past. So episodic memory, semantic memory, dare I say it, there can be some objectivity in humans sometimes, hopefully, in semantic memory. I mean, we can all agree that 1 is 1, 2 is 2, 1 plus 2 equals 3. But episodic memory is contains the memories of things that happened to a person in the past, okay? So for example, that will be different for everybody because we all live different lives. We have different subjective experiences of this world, of this realm. So some of us will have the episodic memory of being a young girl. Some will have the episodic memory of being a boy. Some of us will remember, you know, dance classes. Others will remember football games. Some will remember the first boyfriend. Some will remember our first girlfriend. Some will remember, you know, eating, I don't know, a cherry pie that our mother baked for us. Some will remember eating baked Alaska. Okay, so there you go. It's episodic memory is unique to you. The level of processing theory. According to this theory, incoming information can be worked on at different levels of analysis. The deeper the analysis goes, the better the memory. This is interesting, guys. So perception gives us immediate awareness of the environment. Okay, so we perceive what is around us. Structure is the features of input, what it looks like or sounds like. These are analyzed by us when we're thinking about what is happening in the moment. Okay, so this is the short-term memory. So something is before me at the moment. I'm looking at my screen. Okay, I can see my monitor. I perceive the light coming out of it. I can see the structure is rectangular. Okay, I can see the words on the screen. The meaning is the next stage, and the meaning I derive from my experience right now is I can see the words on this. I can see that light is coming out of it. I can see the things moving along. I can see the rectangle. I know this isn't a painting because there's things moving at the bottom of the screen. The light is coming out of it. This to me is a monitor. Okay, so that's the analysis to the deep level of meaning, and it gives the best memory. Okay, so when you analyze something, the more you analyze what you're thinking about, the greater and the deeper it will go into your memory. Okay, into your long-term memory. Okay, routine happenings of life are not processed deeply. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? So yeah, I mean, how many of us really, really, really deeply think and perceive taking a dump? Not me. I don't really spend much time thinking about it. Yeah, I've done many, I tell you, many. Anyway, level of processing theory. Okay, rehearsal plays a role in the deeper processing of the information. Maintenance rehearsal is not enough for good memory. Okay, so just doing something again and again is not good enough. You have to have elaborative rehearsal processes, which processes information to the meaning level so that the memory is well retained. So this means that we have to actually think, we have to stew over, we have to analyze what it is that we're reading. So just reading what we're reading on a page isn't good enough. That's why some of us are terrible at reading, as in like later on, someone will say, "What have you read?" You know, you can't remember what it is that you've read because you didn't attach any meaning to it. You didn't analyze the words on the page. You didn't give it greater elaboration, as it says. Greater elaboration leads to greater possibility that that memory is remembered. So don't just read the words. Think about them. Try to understand them. Try to have an opinion on them. And then you'll have a greater possibility that that memory is remembered. And I believe that is the last of that slide. I can't believe it. That was a quick one. Right, well, that's fair enough. I will go to another. I've got some more slides anyway. So we'll have a little breather. How are we all doing? Are we all right? Yeah, so we've still got some people in the comments being nice to each other, which is lovely. Lovely indeed. So we'll go to this one. What's this one about? Oh, chunking memory. Okay, all right. Well, we've gone into that. We've gone into that. Will we have a little look at these slides? It will be repetitive, but at least we'll remember it, I suppose. Have we done this? No, we haven't. Okay. Now this one is a little bit more detailed, which is good. Okay, so this presentation is how to improve your memory. I think that might be beneficial to us. Memory in psychology, memory is an organism's mental ability to store, retain, and recall information. Wikipedia. Okay, memory is the retention of and the ability to recall information, personal experiences, and procedures, skills, and habits. Okay, memory systems. So you've got the environmental input. That's the stimuli. Okay, and it goes into the sensory register. Now, guys, I'm repeating things here, so this should be going into your memory. So we should be moving from your short-term memory, possibly into your long-term memory, if you're giving an elaborative evaluation of it, if you're thinking about it, okay? And if you're stewing over it, and if you're analyzing it, if you're having an opinion on it. Okay, so in the sensory register, we have a quick scan of the importance of what it is that we're experiencing. So this is they're saying this is like a pre-coding. Okay, so there's something telling us. There's something telling us to scan it for importance. How important is this to me and my life, my survival? Is it endangering me? Will it benefit me? And then it goes into the working or short-term memory. Okay. Now here it is. They say there's coding, rehearsal, and recoding. So let's take them coding. We start analyzing it. Okay. Then we practice it again and again, and there's recoding. So we give a opinion on it, and we categorize it where it should go. Okay. And then it goes to long-term memory. It becomes part of this is part of the process. It's where it's stored, and it's also used later on to in our recall, in our retrieval of information. Okay. Memory. Oh no, sorry, wrong one. Brain areas responsible for memory. Now this is interesting. The hippocampus is a primitive structure deep in the brain. Okay. And it plays the single largest role in processing information as memory. Yeah, no, this is my voice. Sorry about that, Brother Marcus. It's relatively early. It's only at night time when I get really tired that I talk slowly. So yeah, so I hope I'm not talking too fast. So we can see here at the bottom where the hippocampus is. There's on the bottom left and the bottom right, you can see where in the brain it is. There's a cross section of the brain. You can see where the hippocampus is. It's blue on the right hand side.
This was modeled after my brain, actually.
Sorry?
No, I'm kidding.
It was modeled on your brain. Okay. Then we have the amygdala. Amygdala. It's an almond-shaped area near the hippocampus, and it processes emotion and helps imprint memories that involve emotion. How do they know this? Well, I'm sure there's been people who've had problems with their brain, and they've done MRI scans and they've seen that certain parts are damaged, and then they've had an inability in the parts aforementioned, in the ways of thinking and the way of processing information. Okay, so then we go to the cerebral cortex. There you go. It's just at the front of the inner brain there. It's the green bit on the right-hand side at the bottom. The cerebral cortex is the outer layer of the brain. It stores most long-term memory in different zones, depending on which kind of processing the information involves. So whether it's language, sensory input, problem solving, and so forth. In addition, memory involves communication among the brain's network of neurons. Millions of cells activated by brain chemicals called neurotransmitters. Okay, so you know those things you take, SSRIs or SSNRIs, are they called that as well? SNDRIs? There's loads of different types now. They're all working on neurotransmitters to try and help your neurons, basically, because they either stop the uptake or encourage the reuptake of neurotransmitters to help you think better, to help information flow around your brain, so you're not thinking all depressed thoughts all the time. Anyway, let's keep going. Types of memory in humans, this is. So we've got sensory memory. Again, we heard this before. Sensory memory is less than 1 second. Now, it did say, hold on a second. I'm going to pull them up here because it said less than 1 second, or 1 second for your eyes. And it said 4 to 5 seconds for your ears. So when you see something, you'll remember it for 1 second. When you hear something, 4 or 5 seconds. And it will enter into your short-term memory when you assess it as being important, or when it shocks you to subconsciously raise it to a level of being important. Okay, so that's the short-term memory, and it says here that's less than a minute. Okay, your working memory. Your long-term memory can be up to a lifetime, it says here, although we know that's not always the case. And your long-term memory, it says here, is made up of explicit memory, which is conscious. Okay, and implicit memory, which is unconscious. Okay, now the implicit memory, which is your unconscious memory, is made up of your procedural memory. Okay, so your skills and your tasks. So, you know, knowing how to climb a ladder, you know, knowing how to swing a lasso, knowing how to throw a basketball, no muscle, they call it muscle memory. I suppose all these things are kind of implicitly memorized by your brain. Okay, and it's like a procedural memory. It's because you've done it again and again. You kind of like, it's almost like an instinct. You know how to do it because you've done it so many times before, and it's like your body lets it run. The instructions for it run in the background while you're doing other things. So when you're dribbling the basketball, you already know how to dribble a basketball. You've done it millions of times before, so you don't have to think about it too much when you're doing it. You can be thinking about which player's coming towards you, which one you're going to avoid. Are you going to go left or right? Are you going to speed up or slow down? Are you going to stop? Are you going to pass it, or are you going to throw at the basketball ring? You know. So then you've got the explicit memory, which is your conscious memory, the stuff that you're aware of. Okay, that's made up of your declarative memory. Okay, so this is like facts and events. Okay, now these are things that have happened. Okay, now there's your declarative memory is made up of, I remember these from what we spoke about earlier, your episodic memory. Okay, so these are events and experiences unique to your life, things that have happened to you. Okay, your first kiss, your first job, your first home, you know, the first time you were fired, the first time someone called you an asshole, whatever it may be. That's the episodic memory. That's what happened to you. Okay. And then there's the semantic memory. Okay, so this is the facts, the concepts, the things that you remember from, you know, the news, from reading a book, you know, from reading a telephone directory. Not that anybody reads those anymore because we don't even know what telephone numbers are. So, yeah. So, so semantic memory, things that you remember from what you learned on a page. So, I mean, there is a link here, isn't there, guys? Because it still can be relative to you. But the thing is, other people can access it as well. So when you go to a lecture, like you're listening to this Mickey Mouse lecture right now, other people are also listening to it and taking in the words I've said. So they have access to it as well. But what they don't have access to it is the episodic memory, your own unique experience of it. Okay. The fact you find my voice irritating, all right? The fact that you were hungry during this, or the fact that you keep looking at Pornhub on the slide whilst I'm talking. These things nobody else knows but you. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide. Sensory memory. Sensory memory is the ability to retain impressions of sensory information after the original stimulus has ceased. It refers to items detected by the sensory receptors, which are retained temporarily in the sensory registers, okay, which have a large capacity for unprocessed information, but are only able to hold accurate images of sensory information momentarily. The two types of sensory memory that have been most explored are iconic memory and echoic memory. Now, I don't know what those are, so hopefully they will tell us. Can you take a note of those? Let's see if they're on the next slide. Would you be able to, brother Grimm? Could you look up iconic memory and echoic memory, please?
Iconic, okay.
And we can find out what they are.
Iconic.
Because I am not sure. I presume iconic memory is like what you see in echoic. Just because it sounds like echo, I'm going to say it's sound. Okay, so iconic is what you see. That's what I'm going to guess. And echoic is like what you hear.
An iconic memory.
That's my guess.
So that's your guess. And now I'm going to learn what iconic memory is. An iconic memory is an immediate, brief memory of a visual image that lasts no more than half a second.
Okay, visual, yeah. And echoic echoic is another word for auditory memory, right? Auditory.
Echoic, yes. I'll Google echoic. I'll give a.
No, I think I'm
brief,
fairly sure. I'm fairly. You can do it, but I'm confident.
ultra short-term memory for things you hear.
Yeah.
So if
There you
you have
go.
a
Let's keep
memory
going, Seb.
of what I say, it tends to be echoic memory.
Thank you, brother. Short-term memory. Short-term memory is closely related to working memory. Okay, so they're not the same thing, folks. Short-term memory is closely related to working memory in the very short time that you keep something in mind before either dismissing it or transferring it to long-term memory. Short-term memory is shorter than you might think. It lasts less than a minute. It's what allows you to remember the first half of a sentence you hear or read long enough to make sense of the end of the sentence. But in order to store that sentence or thought, fact, idea, word, impression, sight, or whatever else for longer than a minute or so, it has to be transferred to long-term memory. Long-term memory is anything you remember that happened more than a few minutes ago. Long-term memories aren't all of equal strength. Stronger memories enable you to recall an event, procedure, or fact on demand. For example, that Paris is the capital of France. Weaker memories also come to mind only through prompting or reminding. Declarative memory. Declarative memory is the aspect of human memory that stores fact. It is so called because it refers to memories that can be consciously discussed or declared. It applies to standard textbook learning and knowledge, as well as memories that can be traveled back to in one's mind eye. So declarative memory is something that can be discussed. Okay, that can be declared. This happened, or this is so. And it can be divided into two types: episodic memory, semantic memory. Episodic memory, what happened to you, your life experience. Semantic memory, the words, the rules, the law, the facts and figures that you've picked up along the way. Okay, the general knowledge, the special knowledge you have in your job, how the coding, the accounting, whatever it is. Okay, procedural memory. Procedural memory is the long-term memory of skills and procedures, or how-to knowledge, so how to do something. It is considered a form of implicit memory. Now, implicit memory, if we remember, okay, it was something that was in there, and you didn't have to think about it. It just comes to the fore naturally because you've repeated it so many times. Part of the process, mate. It's a procedural thing. Okay, how do you sweep the floor? You just you move the brush back and forth. I mean, most of us aren't thinking really too much about moving the brush back, pushing it forward, moving it back, pushing it forward as we move along. We're not really thinking too deeply about that. It's in our implicit memory. Models of memory, stimulus. So that's the environment around us, the light, the sounds, the sensory information store or the register. Prior to that, and then it goes. So it attracts our attention or not. Okay, and it goes into the short-term memory, and then there's this elaborative rehearsal. So you have to keep doing it again. You have to think about it. You have to have an opinion on it. You have to try and understand it. You have to understand it for it to go into your long-term memory. Okay, and then there's this thing called maintenance rehearsal, which is when you repeat that. So a guitar player just doesn't learn the guitar and then become a guitar player. They have to keep playing it, okay, to remain a good guitar player, okay? And that's called maintenance rehearsal. So that's going back to your short-term memory as you're playing. You're in your short-term memory because that's what's the function. It's like your working memory. You're functioning, okay, and you're playing in that moment, and you're remembering that this is this chord, this is that chord. I'm plucking the strings like that. I'm strumming the strings like this, and then that is going back in, and it's elaborating. It's an elaborative rehearsal. It's something that you've thought deeply about, okay, and you've repeated it again and again, and it's going into your long-term memory. So it's being solidified as a part of the data that remains in your noggin for future use. The Atkinson-Shiffrin model, also known as the multi-store model, multi-memory model, and modal model, is a psychological model proposed in 1968 by a fellow named Richard Atkinson and another guy called Richard Shiffrin, the two dicks, as I like to call them. As a proposal for the structure of memory, it proposed that human memory involves a sequence of 3 stages. Okay, so it says the 3 stages, which we've heard, and we'll say again. So it's this is an elaborative rehearsal. We're going over them again and again. Sensory memory. Does anybody remember what that is? Do you know what that is, Seb?
Well, I guess it's the memory of sensory perception, such as
Absolutely.
what one has seen. Or
Yes,
what one
yes,
has
yes. So
heard.
exactly. So for an eye, it lasts about a second. For your ears, it's about 4 to 5 seconds. Yeah. So what you see and what you hear.
Yeah, I guess
And then that goes, and that attracts your attention or not. Okay. And it goes into your short-term memory where it bobbles around, and you analyze it. And if you analyze it enough and think about it enough, and you attach meaning and value to it, if you categorize it properly, if you put it in if you logically try to understand it, yeah, it will go into your long-term memory. And the more you do that, the more solidified it will be in there, and you will become an expert. Okay, memory span. Memory span is the number of items, usually words or numbers, that a person can retain and record. Words or numbers, I'm sure, symbols, pictures. Memory span is a test of working memory. Short-term memory. So this here they're saying they're the same thing. I think they're more or less the same thing. In a typical test of memory span, actually, Seb, can you look up that? Because on one side it said that they're different. Can you look up, is there any difference between a working memory and short-term memory, please?
Working memory.
In a typical test of memory span, an examiner reads a list of random numbers aloud at about the rate of 1 number per second. So 1, 7, 8, 88, 9, 10, 12,
1, 7, 8,
57.
8, 9, 10.
At the end of the sequence, the person being tested is asked to recall the items in order. The average span for normal adults is 7 to 9. Okay. Okay, 7 to 9. So you can remember the first 7 to 9 digits. Now, they did say on the other one that it was give or take 2, so it could be 5 to 9, actually. The other person, the other doctor said 5 to 9. Did you come up with anything there, Mr. Seb?
Working memory is the small amount of information that can be held in mind and used in execution of cognitive tasks.
Oh, dear. Say that again, brother. I was reading the comments, sorry.
Working memory is the small amount of information that can be held in mind and used in the execution of cognitive tasks.
Yeah. And what about short-term memory? Is that not the same?
Yeah, it seems very similar, right?
Yeah.
But
I mean, I always thought they were the same thing. They were just interchangeable, but it's just that one of the slides said they were different. So I don't know. Anyway, are we going to say they're the same thing for all intensive purposes?
No, they're not the same. Otherwise, people would just say working memory or short-term memory, but it's clearly like a distinct thing. So I could.
Is it because what a working memory is involved with tasks that you're actually doing? Okay, it's actually a working memory. It's what is necessary to know to do something. Whereas short-term memory is something that's got in there, but it may not necessarily be useful. It may not necessarily have utility, and it may not necessarily stay in your short-term memory or go to your long-term memory. It may be replaced by something useful. Is that fair enough? Can you? I'm just going to go to the kitchen. Can you look that up and keep talking? I'll be right back in about a minute. Is that okay?
Yes.
Hello to Sepazuzu, by the way. And Brother Marcus says he has insomnia and impacts his memory, but he doesn't mind. Some things he's okay to forget. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I understand that. So yeah, Brother Seb, if you could please do a deep dive into the difference between working memory and short-term memory for us.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask ChatGPT would be better for that, actually. I'm going on ChatGPT now. What is the difference between short-term memory and working memory? I typed it into ChatGPT. Short-term memory and working memory are related concepts, but they're not quite the same thing. Let's break it down. Short-term memory refers to the temporary storage of a small amount of information for a brief period, usually around 15 to 30 seconds. It's more passive, like a mental notepad where you briefly hold info, such as a phone number, before either discarding it or transferring it to long-term memory. Capacity is limited to around 7 plus my. I'm not sure what this design mean. What the hell that's supposed to mean? Per Miller's law.
I can't. I'm making a cup of tea here, but I'm guessing it's plus or minus because it said before. I can't read what you're saying, but I haven't got it in front of me. I mean, but
well,
it says you can remember. You can remember between 9 and 7 things. The other guy said between 9 and 5. So at one time in your short-term memory, there could be 9 to 5 concepts, things, items, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, I've never
plus or minus. Yeah, that's plus or minus. Yeah.
I've never studied math at university.
That's okay. So 7 plus or minus 2 means it could be 9 or it could be 5. That's the kind of range. Okay.
Working memory, a more active system that not only holds information but also manipulates it. So that's what I thought all along. So I guess, and it also ties into a lot of people's pragmatic philosophy of cognition. What good does like a short-term memory do if one can't even use it a lot of the time? So working memory would be related
with
to
respect,
its practical use.
I think what it is, brother, is short-term memory. As I said, the key is here is passive. So you're taking things in, yeah, and something has grabbed your attention, yeah. Like I'm in my room now. Oh, the ceiling is white. You know, I've got one wall that's got natural brick look on it, red brick. I've got wooden shelves that are, you know, natural wood. They're not painted. They're like pine kind of. Well, not pine. They're oak. I've got a Chinese paper lantern. These are things in my short-term memory, but they're not much use to me. Okay, so the working memory is what I'm doing right now. I'm on this stream and I'm remembering how to use what you're saying to me, and I'm giving you feedback. Okay, I'm not remembering that I just looked at the shelf and saw books, am I? Even though that's in my short-term memory because I just looked at it a second ago. Yeah, I'm just remembering what you just said to me a moment ago. I'm thinking about our conversation. That's the working memory. It's what matters. What you're actually concentrating on.
Indeed.
Okay.
Should I read more about working memory?
You can.
Involves multiple components. The central executive, which controls attention and subsystems for different types of info, like the phonological loop for sounds and the visuospatial sketchpad for images, used for complex tasks like problem solving, reasoning and learning, for instance, doing mental math or following multi-step directions. In short, short-term memory is like a temporary storage bin. A working memory is like a mental workbench where you both store and process information at the same time.
Okay, thank you for that, Seb. Please, guys, like and share the stream. Subscribe if you're new. It all helps bring in new voices. It all works with the algorithm and helps our community grow. Right. So memory span correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't read this. Memory span, the number of items, we've covered it before, but I'll reread it. Memory span, the number of items, usually words or numbers that person can retain and recall. Memory span is a test of working memory, short-term memory, in typical, although they're not the same as we've just elaborated on. In a typical test of memory span, an examiner reads a list of, I've read this, random numbers aloud at about the rate of 1 number per second. At the end of the sequence, the person being tested is asked to recall the items in order. The average span for normal adults is 7 to 9. I went to make a tea, cup of red bush tea, whilst Seb was reading all that out, and I forgot I read that. So there you go. My short-term memory is not great. Memory process. Okay, so human memory, like memory in a computer, allows us to store information for later use. In order to do this, however, both the computer and us need to master 3 processes involved in memory. Number 1, encoding, the process we use to transform information so that it can be stored. Okay, so when I walk around the park and I hear a noise, I'm encoding it. What the hell is that? And then I realize it's a bird. What type of bird? It's a magpie. I don't know if you've ever heard of magpie. But anyway, so I'm encoding the stimulus that I'm experiencing. Storage, it simply means holding on to the information. Okay, so whether it's important to hold it on, that's a matter for your own deliberation. Retrieval, it is bringing the memory out of storage, okay, and reversing the process of encoding. In other words, it's returning the information to a simpler form to what we stored. Okay, so we stored the I stored the magpie sound in my mind. I stored that in the sounds of birds in my mind. A box, there's a little compartment in my long-term memory of the sounds of bird calls. Okay, now I don't know too many. Okay, but I know a blackbird. I know a magpie. I know a crow. I know a parakeet. I know a tawny owl. Okay, I know a chicken. Anyway, there's all these sounds in that box. That's quite a complex collection of sounds. Okay, but when I take one thing out, it's obvious that one thing is less complex than the box of many. Okay, so there's just less in it, literally. Okay, so when we retrieve something, we do that. We take it out from its package. We take it out from the box we put it in, and it becomes itself. Okay, so here we have another picture of the brain, a cross section from the side. We have the encoding, as I just said. It's when we experience a stimulus and we kind of we make sense of it, and then it comes into our storage in the long-term memory. Okay, if necessary, and it's either an explicit memory, a declarative memory, so something we can talk about, something we can declare, and that comes from a semantic memory, so that's like general world knowledge, as we've said before, or episodic memory. It's like a fact and a source. Okay, source amnesia, I don't know why it's saying that, but we'll figure this out. And then you have a different type of long-term memory. It's called implicit memory. It's non-declarative. Okay, it's skills and habits, it's priming, it's classical condition, muscle memory, that type of thing that people call it in sport. Then it's at the bottom, it says medial diencephalic region. I have no idea what that means. It talks about the hippocampus, which is responsible for most of your memory, or at least has a role in it. All. But would you like to look that up, brother Seb? Medial.
About what?
If you look on the page here, medial diencephalic region, the medial diencephalic region. I mean, it's not going to be overwhelmingly amazing. It's probably just that part of the brain. It's called that. But what's the phallic got to do with anything, I wonder? Probably it's a little bit of a penis shape, that region. DN. What does DN mean? I don't know.
Medial, the
region, yeah.
Okay.
While I take a sip of my red bush tea. Thank you for joining us, by the way. We'll have a little chat afterwards.
I think it's also called a Dienkefallen. My English
The what?
pronunciation is the way God intended it, of course, Dienkefallen.
The Ankephalic.
Whatever, it doesn't. I have a feeling the pronunciation of these brain parts doesn't really matter, since nobody really knows the correct pronunciation anyway. Dienkefallen. In the human brain, the diencephalon or interbrain is a division of the forebrain. Embryonic prosencephalon. It is situated between the telencephalon and the midbrain. Embryonic mesencephalon.
Okay.
The diencephalon has also been known as the
Okay.
twin brain in older literature.
So it's critical for memory consolidation, particularly in forming and retrieving episodic memories. So that's things that have happened to us. Okay. It works closely with the hippocampus. Okay. So in the medial temporal lobe to encode, which means to make sense of, and retrieve memories, which means to pull memories out of the categories we're holding them in within our brain. Damage to this area, for example, from Korsakoff's syndrome or thalamic strokes, can cause severe memory impairments, particularly anterograde amnesia, difficulty forming new memories. So that's interesting. So yeah, unfortunately, some people, not only can we have problems remembering things, but people can have problems forming new memories as well. So, you know, it's like their brain just runs old material, and even though they're having new experiences every day, it's not going in there. That's pretty scary, actually, and I never really contemplated that. I thought about Alzheimer's before and the loss of memories, but I never thought about the fact that one can stop creating new ones. But that is obviously a fact. Yeah, if this part of your brain is degrading, that can happen as well. Very, very sad. Very sad.
There has been a case of this that happened somewhere in the 70s or something. It was said to be an advanced lobotomy where
Last minute Lacey. Yeah,
should
sorry.
I tell? No, I don't need to. I know I could talk about it, but maybe there's no need, I guess.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I butted in there because I'm immature. Last minute Lacey, whose penis looks like that? Because I said phallic is like a penis shape.
Yeah, so
you haven't seen mine, Lacey. You wouldn't want to. I'm joking. Go ahead, Seb.
Yeah, so it was said to be a more advanced lobotomy that was done in the 60s or something. I don't really know when it happened, but it was done on somebody who had a lot of epilepsy, and this neuroscientist maniac severed the connection between the hippocampus and the rest of the brain, so the hippocampus was actually intact. So this person was unable to form new memories. But usually this person knew that when somebody was in the room and he just forgot they were there, he just pretended they were in the room all along, or that they had a good reason to, right?
Okay. So we have Dawn the Goat, who is kind of a linguistic. I've noticed he comes up with a lot of he solves a lot of our linguistic troubles and language troubles. He's saying cephalic does not pertain to phallus. What does cephalic mean then, Dawn the Goat? It doesn't pertain to phallic either. So I'm sorry about that. Right, let's keep going. Oh, Methods of improving memory. Do you want to improve your memory without medication? Improving your memory is easier by following the below steps. I'm afraid there's no steps there. There's no tips. Look, that's a bit of a cliffhanger. They left us with nothing. So this was all made by a sadistic, evil lecturer who led us up the garden path, only just to show us nothing. They promised much and gave us nothing. No, there is actually another slide. Here we go. Recall. This involves digging into memory and bringing back information on a stimulus response basis. What is the capital of Pakistan? Answer: Islamabad. Recall often needs prompting with cues to help us retrieve what we are looking for. It is not a reliable form of memory, and many of us experience the feeling that we know the answer but simply can't dig the information out. Yes, I've experienced that before. Thank you, Dawn Digo. Cephalicization is the process of head-brain formation. There you go. So cephalic just means pertaining to the head. Thank you to Dawn Digo. Wonderful. How do you know all this stuff, Dawn Digo? That's what I wanted to know. Yes. Right, where were we? Yes, this is the technique we use to remember people's names. Hence, we often forget them. Yeah, so that's quite an unfortunate place to be when you meet someone you can't remember their name. And they might have told you 2 or 3 times. Yeah, that's happened to me a few times. There are 3 types of recall. Number 1, free recall, when no cues are given to assist retrieval. I don't know if that can be completely the case always. So what did you do last Sunday? I don't know. I'll have to read on, but when would it ever be free? Because if I say to you, what did you do last Sunday? Well, I've given you something to go by. Last Sunday, you'll start thinking about what you did on Sunday. Anyway, we'll have a look to see what free recall is all about. Anyway, serial recall is when items are recalled in a particular order. Okay. Cued recall is when some cues are given to assist the retrieval. Okay. When the jury is led. Okay, so recognition, okay, is a process, it says recognition here, is a process that occurs in thinking when some event, process, pattern, or object recurs. Coming from the base cognition, cognition has various uses in different fields of study and has generally accepted to be used for the process of awareness or thought. Okay. Recognition. Relearning. Other means of remembering is through relearning. Relearned information may return quickly, even if it hasn't been used for many years. Yes. All right, brother. Brother Grimm is going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, buddy. Well, we look forward to you returning. Anyway, relearning. So, you learned something once, you don't think about it for many years, and then you kind of learn it again, and you're good to go. You remember it quickly. It's like riding a bike, I suppose. You ride a bike as a youngster, maybe you don't ride one for 10 years, and then suddenly you're back on one, and you relearned it and you're good to go again. It didn't take long to relearn it because it was already in there, even though you hadn't been doing it for many years. Tips for memory improvements. Improve your memory. Paying attention through your senses. You can't remember something if you never learned it, and you can't learn something that is encoded into your brain if you don't pay enough attention to it. Make your habit of attention through various lenses. For example, by eye contact, auditory, so you're hearing, tactical, feeling, smell, and testing the material somehow or other. So yeah, just make sure it's just to mix it up a bit, take it in through different streams of sensory ability. Makes sense. Rehearsal. Preserve information in the short-term memory to be remembered twice at least. So practice it, think about it, recall it more than once, have people ask you random questions, perhaps if you're studying about the subject that you're studying. If you're doing an exam, maybe you can form a study group of friends, your peers, and you can all sit around, in your spare time when you're not studying yourself. You can have a tea break and just ask random questions to make the information be recalled from your mind. That's something you get used to, because recalling it, redoing it, rethinking about it is what makes it go into your mind long term. Just make sure that when you recall it, you're applying the information correctly. There's nothing worse than remembering an error. Yeah. Overlearning. So this person calls it overlearning. They said the best insurance against going blank, study is continued beyond bare mastery. So you continue talking about it, you continue reading about it, you just become it, basically. I mean, that's what a lot of these kind of lawyers, accountants, the professions, when they're not in like a kind of like on the avant-garde side of things, when they're doing the high street stuff, the day-to-day drawing up wills, surveyancing, they know how to do it because they've done it so many times before. And you could say they've overlearned it. It's just it's their second nature. They know how to do it. Okay, they're experts because they've done it all before so many times. Space practice superior to massed practice. 20-minute study session vs 1 hour continuous study. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they're saying here, but I do know about what they're saying about the time. I don't know what space practice is, but in terms of time, it's beneficial for some of us to break up your study periods, to study for like 40 minutes, half an hour, take a 5-minute break, and then go at it again. When I used to study, when I was I didn't do this in university, but I remember when I was leaving school, my finals in school, I used to study for, I think it was 45 minutes, and then I'd play my favorite tunes, right, on a CD player for like 3-4 minutes. I'd play a song or two, and then I'd go back and study for another 45 minutes. I used to do 2 or 3 sessions, and then I'd take a half-hour break, and I'd go back again. That was when I was really cramming it. That was when I was cramming. So I used to be able to study for hours doing that method, just taking a break where I really chilled out a little bit and then go back. I mean, you could do anything for those 5 minutes. You could do press ups. You could, just lie down on your sofa, close your eyes. Don't fall asleep, though. Don't fall asleep. No, don't do that. That happened to me before, by the way, as well. I fell asleep, even though I had intended to cram for an exam. I fell asleep, and I woke up really late. But I was still on time for the exam, but I was really worried because I had stayed up all night studying, and I ended up getting a first because I'm a good bullshitter. So there you go. Organize information. While preparing for learning, a learner needs to organize the material in some form. Such organization may help by creating a natural context and provide relevant cues while retrieving the learned material. If the material lacks natural organization, an artificial organization may be created by the learner. Make sequence in encoding to easily rehearse information. Focus in your thoughts and speech fluency. Whole reads part method. Okay. It is better to practice whole packages of information rather than smaller parts. Chunking memory. Chunking involves creating something more meaningful and therefore memorable from seemingly random bits of information. One example is if you need to remember a list of things such as buying figs, lettuce, orange, apples, and tomatoes, you can create a word out of the first letters. For example, float, which is easier to remember than the individual items. If you've ever tried to remember a phone number by making a word or words out of the letters on the phone pad style, you've been using chunking. Chunking, the items to be memorized are divided into small and easily memorable chunks or groups. This method works best when the order of the items is not important. Knowledge of results, positive feedback improves our motivation for learning. Minimize interference. Study schedules should include ample breaks between subjects. Brain exercises. Memory, like muscular strength, is a use it or lose it proposition. The more you work out your brain, the better you'll be able to process and remember information. Now, guys, this isn't just about remembering academic material. This goes for socializing. It goes for exercise. It goes for chores. It goes for self-care. All these things. The more you do it, the more it becomes part of your second nature. Aerobic exercise. The best way to improve our memory seems to be to increase the supply of oxygen to our brain, which we can do by aerobic exercising. Walking for 3 hours each week suffices, as does swimming or bicycle riding. It gets the heart pumping more blood to the brain, which appears to reverse cellular deterioration and associated with aging. Okay, so exercise, healthy body, healthy mind, and yeah, try and do your best to get your circulation going, your blood pumping, and make sure you do so in an area where you're not breathing in car fumes. Eat right and drink a right way. Okay, so your brain needs a lot of fuel, mainly omega-3 fatty acids, and to drink 6 or 8 glasses of water a day. Grain, fruit and vegetables. Now, you don't need dairy, you don't need meat. You can get oil from vegetables, avocado, and you can take supplements as well. Okay, now there's obviously a food pyramid. You can look that up yourself. We're not doing nutrition today, maybe we will another day. But look up proteins. Make sure you're getting the right proteins. If you are practicing a vegan diet, make sure you're getting your B3, D3. Look up supplementation. Take a multivitamin. Anyway, make notes. When you find it difficult to remember, just write it down. Yeah, so some people benefit, as I said, from kinetic memory. So doing as well as thinking, doing as well as saying, doing as well as listening. Taking notes is, doing more analysis of the stuff that's coming to you. And the more you analyze something, as it has said, the more we analyze something in our short-term memory, the greater its likelihood of being part of our long-term memory, and therefore the greater it will become likely that you will be able to retrieve it at some point in the future at an appropriate time. Be socially active. Healthy relationships stimulate our brain cells, so keep maintaining good relationships and become happy to improve your memory. Okay, guys, now you've obviously, it's not easy all the time to be around people, but try your best. And if not, you can come on here and have a laugh. Because laughing, it also activates brain areas vital to learning and creativity. There you go. Have a little chuckle. As much as you can. Keep everything in its place. If you keep important things like keys in the same place, yes, you're not going to be wasting your time thinking about, things that are just problems, like where the hell are my keys? Where's my wallet? These types of things. If you have a place for them, well, then you can think about things of a higher order of necessity. Okay, involve in your hobby. Whatever you like to do as your hobby, try to involve in that what you need to learn. So yeah, if you're going walking and you enjoy walking or jogging, maybe listen to an audio book about what it is that you're trying to become an expert in or trying to learn. That's helpful. If you're socializing, a bit like what we do on here, you can talk about the subjects that you're trying to become more proficient in with others. That can help. All these types of things help. Relate information to what you already know. This is very important for categorizing information in our long-term memory. It's important for moving information from our short-term memory to our long-term memory. You have to be able to relate it to what you already know to make it make sense, to make it understood, so that your brain is able to then later on recall it at the appropriate moment. Relate your new information with past experiences to improve your memory. Understand and be able to interpret complex material. Be calm and relaxed during listening. Yeah, so don't be too emotional if you're trying to take something in. Be calm, relax. avoid prejudging and interruption. Listen carefully. Yeah. Don't become. It's to do with your emotions. Calm down. Listen. Let the words be said. Read the page. See what's trying to be said, and then afterwards you can analyze it, interpret it. Afterwards, when the information has been relayed to you, by thinking about the material. Okay. Understand and be able to interpret complex material. We've already done that, so we go on to the next one. Okay, slide 4. Are these sorry, there we go. Be motivated and keep a positive attitude. Participate in an environment and response through positive attitude. Yeah, well, that does help. It draws out better experiences. It draws out more conducive relationships. It provides a win-win situation. It provides a more, an ambience more amenable to learning. And yeah, if you're creating a war zone, well, then you're just going to your monkey brain, aren't you? If you're shouting down somebody, if you're saying you're wrong, if you're getting aggressive, if you're not being conversational, well, then matters are moving somewhere else. So it's not conducive to learning, is it? To preserve a memory, link it to a scent. That's interesting. Some scents related to the event can preserve memory and retrieve easily by smelling this. I mean, I remember doing exams, and there were people who used to snort what's called rescue remedy, I think it was. It was some kind of smelling thing. I don't know. I never did it, but other people did.
Yeah.
Listening to certain music. Sorry, Seb, what did you say?
Yeah, I think you're referring to cocaine.
Listening to certain music can affect your long-term memory. So things that are said in the lyrics, music according to your skill and profession. I mean, apparently listening to Mozart whilst you study helps you take it in. Maybe it's to do with being relaxed. Meditation improves focus, concentration, creativity, learning, and reasoning skills. I suppose it gives you a time to analyze things as well, which is very important for putting it into your long-term memory. So slow down sometimes. Take a moment to slow down and think about what has entered your head. Okay? Stew over it. Don't be in a rush. Stew over it. Analyze it. Have an opinion on it. Try to understand it. Put it in a category. Relate it to something that you've learned before, that has happened to you before. Personify it. Give it names. Give it a narrative. Give it a story. These are all going to help you remember it in the long run. It is believed to encourage connections between neurons and increase mental sharpness. Okay. Thinking positive, attempt and understand negative musings and try to supplant them with positive ones. Not very easy, but hope is always there, whether you like it or not. Massages can make you smarter. It helps in avoiding emotional instability, mood swings, incompatibility, and tightness. Okay. It just sounds like be as chill as possible, but not too chill that you fall asleep. The scent of rosemary and basil, apparently, that helps in learning and remembering things. Nature can improve your memory. Natural environments can give us a chance to think and please our eternal states of emotions. Okay. So yeah, it just sounds like, again, being at ease and being relaxed and being able to be in a position where you're not distracted and you're able to analyze what it is that you're trying to take in. Healthy habits to improve memory. Regular exercise reduces the risk for disorders that lead to memory loss, such as diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Increases oxygen to the brain. Okay, that helps it function. May enhance effects of helpful brain chemicals. Okay, so neurotransmitters, and protect brain cells. Yeah, so when your serotonin is up, you'll be able to think faster. Ways of enhancing memory. It is common experience that forgetting is usually a source of trouble for people. Everyday conversation, classroom participation, performance in examinations, interviews, presentations, and communication in meetings often put demands on us to remember now, Seb, did I lose? Did you lose me for a moment?
Yes, you did.
How long did you lose me for?
A couple of seconds.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Sorry.
But I guess, but to give a comforting statement, the amount you lost the connection is actually shorter than I guess
The 4 or 5 seconds that
short-term
your
memory
sensory
enable.
registers noise for is about 4 or 5 seconds. So you only lost me for 2 seconds. So
Yeah,
it wasn't
exactly.
enough. It wasn't enough to forget I existed. Thanks, Seb. That means
Yeah.
so much to me. Okay. So failure to okay, so it's a common experience that forgetting is usually a source of trouble for people. Everyday conversation, classroom participation, performance and examination, interview, presentation, and communication in meetings often puts demands on us to remember information. Failure in doing so has negative consequences for all of us, and we all experience this to various degrees in our life. As a result, most of us are interested in improving our memory. The study of memory aids and related techniques is called mnemonics. Some of the techniques used in improving memory are listed. Okay, so recoding. We've said this before, we'll go over it again. While dealing with non-meaningful material, one must recode the items to be remembered in a more meaningful manner. Recoding may take many forms. For example, people may use the first letter of all the items to make a sentence. This kind of narrative structure works as a cue. Acronyms like UNO, TV, CBI, WHO are also used for the purpose in which all the first letters are used. Okay, so the first letter is the first letter of a word. That needs to be remembered. That is significant. Okay, using elaboration, one may add more information which makes the material distinctive. Chunking is a good example of recoding. If a large serial of numbers is presented, it becomes difficult to remember. The same, however, may be divided into 2 or 3 chunks in some meaningful way using ingenuity. Using elaborative decoding, one may put many items in a story form and recall the same easily. Okay. Use of schema. The efficiency of memory recall can be increased to some extent by making inferences from our personal stockpile of world knowledge by schemata. A schema is an organized mental structure or framework of preconceived ideas about the world and how it works, which we can use to make realistic inferences and assumptions about how to interpret and process information. Thus, our everyday communication consists not just of words and of their meanings, but also what is left out and mutually understood. Such schemata are also applied to recalled memories so that we can often flesh out details of a memory just from a skeleton memory of a central event or object. However, the use of schemata may also lead to memory errors as assumed or expected associated events are added that did not actually occur. That's why it's important to continue the analysis, to continue, if you want to remember something important, to continue rehearsing it, to bring it up, to talk about it, to analyze it, to do the maintenance memorizing, the maintenance practice of it, so that it becomes more and more solidified in a useful fashion, and you become more and more of an expert. Concentration. One of the main reasons of forgetting is inadequate allocation attention resources to the material while processing the same. As a result, the material is not stored and we fail to recall it when we need. Thus, by focusing attention on the material while processing it, we can increase the probability of the storage and recall. Yes. Mnemonic strategies. Would you like to read this one, Seb, for a moment?
Yes. In the same way, associating words with visual imagery is another commonly used mnemonic device, providing 2 alternative methods of remembering and creating additional associations in the mind. Taking this to higher level, another method of improving memory encoding and consolidation is the use of a so-called memory palace, also known as the method mentioned. There's a spelling mistake above as of Loki. Mnemonic techniques that relies on a memorized spatial relationships to establish, order, and recollect other memories. Many top memorizers today use the memory palace method to a greater or lesser degree. Similar techniques involve placing these items at different landmarks. My favorite hike or a trip, known as the journey method, or weaving them into a story. As the name implies, this technique uses associations with place or task. The visualization of the same
This is a memory
provides
palace.
cues for recalling the task. By choosing any action properly, one can use memory at any point in the day. Use of such mnemonic codes allows one to have vivid and distinctive associations between the information and prior knowledge. Being related to context, the cues become very effective. For instance, one may have a clear visual image of a building, its rooms, furniture, and other details. These may be linked to different IDs, and using these linkages, memory of those IDs can be enhanced. Survey. Glance over the heading in the
That
cortex.
wasn't relevant. That was to the book. We don't have the book.
Oh, yeah, okay. Managing stress. Cortisol, the stress hormone, can dampen the hippocampus if the stress is unrelieved. Stress can make it difficult to concentrate. Good sleep habits. Sleep is necessary for memory consolidation. Sleep disorders like insomnia and sleep apnea leave you tired and unable to concentrate during the day. Not smoking. Smoking heightens the risk of cardiovascular disorders that can cause stroke and constrict arteries that deliver oxygen to the brain. Forgetting. Retention loss. It refers to apparent loss of information already encoded and stored in an individual's long-term memory. It is spontaneous or gradual process in which all memories are unable to be recalled from memory storage. Memory and aging. Several factors cause aging brains to experience changes in the ability to retain and retrieve memories. The hippocampus is especially vulnerable to age-related deterioration, and that can affect how well you retain information. There's a relative loss of neurons with age, which can affect the activity of brain chemicals called neurotransmitters and the receptors. An older person often experiences decreased blood flow to the brain and processes nutrients that enhance brain activity less efficiently than a younger person. Amnesia. Amnesia is a loss of ability to memorize information or to recall information stored in memory. Causes amnesia. Amnesia is the most commonly associated with either brain damage through injury or degeneration of brain cells in dementia. Forms of amnesia. Anterograde amnesia. In anterograde amnesia, patients cannot retain any new memory. Retrograde amnesia. In the retrograde amnesia, the patients cannot recall the past events. Forms of amnesia, and there you have the an arrow where you see old memories are lost, new memories okay. That's for the retrograde amnesia, and then you have uh, a text that says accident occurs that causes amnesia, that points to the one on the bottom arrow too.
Yeah. So basically, when this accident, basically, some people with amnesia, they will have a retrograde amnesia. So if they have an accident, they'll be able to remember the accident, but they won't be able to remember what happened before it. But then there's other people who won't be able to remember having the accident, but can remember, what happened before the accident, and they won't be able to remember anything after the accident. Do you know what I mean? So that's the different types.
Yeah,
of
that
brain
is very normal for fighters to go through after they've been knocked out. They often say that they don't remember any of the fight, and they only remember being woken up in an ambulance.
It must be the same part of the brain that got rattled then. But the unfortunate thing is, some older people, this is chronic. With the fighters, it was just a short-term experience, but obviously it probably does cause brain damage, but hopefully not chronic, although it probably could. unfortunately, as well. Anyway, we'll keep going. That's it. That's that. We are done with those slides. Is everybody okay? Is everybody still alive?
No, everybody. I regret to inform you that everybody died.
No. Let's see what this one is. Yeah. I know we've done all that. We've done all that. Let's have a look at this one. Forgetting. Okay, causes behind forgetting. I'll read this one. So we know what forgetting is. Forgetting is the apparent loss or modification of information already encoded and stored in the individual's long-term memory. It's an inability to encode, to store, and retrieve the previously learned information from long-term memory over varying periods. Okay, causes behind forgetting. So we either have a faulty memory process, a loss of interest, or there's some kind of interference. So we could have retrieval problems, a lack of motivation, or physical damage. Genetic factors can be a problem. I mean, if you have, for example, a genetic predisposition to circulatory problems, that would probably cause you to have a problem with your memory, and you forget things, or maybe you have a genetic predisposition to part of your brain not working properly. A lack of recollecting, a lack of readiness to recall. So maybe you're just not in the zone. Maybe you're not in a position emotionally to think properly at the moment. Theories of forgetting. The trace decay theory. According to this theory, forgetting occurs because of the fading of the memory traces or engrams as a result of a lack of using the stored item for a long period. So, dare I say that term again, Seb? Synaptic pruning. If you don't use it, you lose it. Okay? So if you don't think about something again, if you don't take it out of that long-term memory, bring it into the fore of your consciousness, and you talk about it, you analyze it, you use it. If you don't do that, you'll lose it, and you won't be able to remember it in the future. The theory of sorry, Seb.
Yeah, but there's other jargon, I guess, involved in like forgetting.
Yeah, there's lots involved in it.
Yeah, there's lots involved that. Yeah, I won't go into it now.
The theory of inhibition or interference. According to this theory, okay, forgetting occurs because of the interference or inhibition of the memory traces of other stored or learned items. Okay, so other stuff in our long-term memory can cause bits we want to use not to be used. And there are two kinds of interference: proactive inhibition. If the earlier learning interferes with the later learning and inhibits recall of the new material, there's known as proactive inhibition. Okay, I don't know why that would happen. It could be a physical reason or emotional reason. You know, you might learn, you might be brought up religiously, right? And you're told certain things are, for example, you might be told evolution is this, but you have in your youth learned that evolution didn't exist, or that God created the world in 7 days, or whatever it was. So that might actually be in there and emotionally preventing you from learning new material that is contra your religious upbringing. But I'm sure that, I don't know if that's the reason why. It could also be a physical reason, some kind of neurotransmittal reason. Anyway, retroactive inhibition of the earlier learning and recall. Sorry, my page is blocked here. 1 second. I have to make that small. Inhibition of the earlier learning and recall by later learning is known as retroactive inhibition. So basically, stuff you learned in the past, new incoming material that you learn, blocks the older material from making an appearance in your awareness, so you can't recall it. The repression theory, it's a defense mechanism sometimes. that painful items are thrown into the unconscious mind and the person does not wish to remember them. I don't know how that would happen, but maybe, you know, I don't know. You might, maybe it is the case. I don't know how that would happen, but you know, maybe you recognize patterns that show a near approach to a traumatic memory, and you kind of, your body just shuts down, and your brain just starts going haywire, and I don't know, neurotransmitters misfire or whatever, and you just don't think about what it is that you don't think about. You don't think about what it is that you don't want to think about. Okay, techniques for effective memorization. Repeated recitation. I mean, we've already said all this. Overlearning, spaced practice. Now, this is a strategy of studying in which a relaxation or rest period is allotted between a schedule of studying. Yeah, we already mentioned that as well. Selection. It is difficult to remember all the notes written in your notebook or textbook. Hence, you have to place a selection marking in your notebook or textbooks, which you can use to summarize your ideas. So little asterisks, highlight little parts, pull out the very important bits, and then build around those. Sleep and review information constantly. Use mnemonics. Mnemonic systems, as we've already said tonight, are techniques or strategies consciously used to improve memory. They help use information already stored in long-term memory to make memorization an easier task. Organization. The strategy can be done by organizing your notes or making an outline so that when your ideas are already organized, learning becomes easier and faster. That's that done. Okay. I think there's one other one somewhere. How are we getting on? There's only a few people watching, but how and ever. Is this beneficial to you at all, Seb? Seb, you're muted.
It is serving a great utility.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, so false memories in older adults. Okay. Older adults experience more false memories compared to other age groups. Okay. This is by Amanda Sinclair from the University of Saskatchewan. Okay. Forgive me, I have no idea where that is. Okay. And it's from her psychology studies, I believe. Okay. False memories. Here's the abstract. Compared to other age groups, children, teenagers, young adults, older adults experience a greater amount of false memories. Okay. All right, let's get into the nuts and bolts. Older adults have more false memories than other age groups. Recent research shows that the likelihood of remembering false events increases as a person ages. This paper aims to flush out this research and find a clear correlation between age and false memories. False memories, erroneously remembering episodes that did not occur, have been an area of interest since Elizabeth Loftus created the Lost in the Mall technique in 1994. Can you look? Oh, sorry, here it is. It's telling us what it is. This technique involved Loftus implanting a false memory into a child of being lost in a mall at a younger age. That sounds so unethical. Anyway, at that point, it was thought that the only children were susceptible to false memories, and then said to be repressed memories and not adults. Since then, it has been shown that not only do children create false memories and are susceptible to implantation, but also younger and older adults. Okay. For example, Wade, Gary, Reed, and Lindsay in 2002 successfully implanted a false memory of being in a hot air balloon as a child into 20 subjects whose age ranged from 18 to 28. Recently, researchers, we're going to look at implanted memories later. Recently, researchers have begun studying age-related differences and changes in false memories between age groups. Early research found an inverse bell curve when comparing false memories to age, meaning that children were just as likely as sorry, I just want to make sure we're getting this, just as likely as older adults to have false memories. No. And young adults were least likely. Okay. However, more recent research is finding that older adults are more likely to have false memories compared to all other age groups. One study found that older adults were 10 times more likely to have false memories than young adults. Okay. The purpose of this paper will be to show that compared to other age groups, older adults, 60 plus, have increased false memories. Oh my God. Which can be caused by proactive interference, retroactive interference, overconfidence in their memories, and neurological differences. Due to these factors, older adults are at heightened risk for erroneously remembering episodes that did not occur. Okay. In early studies, false memories were successfully implanted in children and adults after repeated sessions of remembering memories. These false memories seem to take a long time to build within subjects. Lindsberg in 2013 shows that it's possible to create false memories quickly and for recent events in both children and adults by using proactive interference. Proactive interference is when earlier memories disrupt the retrieval of more recent memories. This is all quite scary. Vandakova tested the difference in false memory across 3 age groups: children 10 to 12, young adults 20 to 27, and older adults 68 to 76. 20 participants from each age group were selected from a university community, and all were native German speakers. The selected older adults reported no major health issues and were screened for cognitive impairments. With the mini mental state examination. It was created by, sorry, I've got something blocking my vision here, by assessing participants' perceptual speed and crystallized intelligence, and then equating these age differences. Participants were familiarized with paired words, for example, drum and clock, and performed 3 runs of a repeated continuous recognition task. Continuous recognition task is when study and test phases are not separated. Items are continuously presented, and the participant is instructed to respond either with old, if seen before, or new, if the item is presented for the first time. After each run, participants were instructed to forget all previous paired words and begin the second trial fresh. In the beginning of the trial, when drum clock appeared, a correct response would be new. However, participants may say old, falsely remembering drum clock having been already presented, when in actuality their memory is of the previous trial. Okay. Yeah. Across runs, the false recognition of lure pairs, drum clock, was greater in older adults, okay, than in children or young adults. This shows that older adults, compared to both children and young adults, have a higher likelihood of having erroneous memories of recent events due to proactive interference. Now, remember, these adults were all healthy. They didn't have any major diseases or anything. This is consistent with a study done by Hasher, Chung, May, and Fung in 2002, which found that older adults were more vulnerable to proactive interference than young adults. Okay. So proactive is when something in the near makes you misremember something that happened in the past. Retroactive is something that happened in the past makes you misremember something that happened more recently. Retroactive interference and false memories. As with proactive interference, retroactive interference has a greater effect on older adults than younger adults. Retroactive interference is when recent memories disrupt the retrieval of earlier memories. Okay. Right. So retroactive is when recent experiences disrupt the memorization or the remembering of earlier memories. Also, like proactive interference, retroactive interference can create false memories, as shown by Jacobi. and colleagues in their 3 separate studies of age differences in false memories. Okay, each experiment, participants were collected via flyers and participant pools in Washington University, divided into 2 groups: 24 young adults ages 18 to 27, 24 older adults aged 64 to 87, to create a baseline comparison. Age groups, reading speed, and levels of education were equated between age groups, and larger font along with extra study time was used for older adults. For all 3 experiments, participants were given a list of associatively related paired words, so like knee bend or knee bone, to study prior to testing. The first age comparison. For the first experiment, the test phase consisted of presentation of prime words, which was either studied word, bend, or non-studied words, such as bone, or a neutral non-word, all of which participants were instructed to ignore. This presentation of non-studied words was aimed to create retroactive interference for the studied list. A word fragment was then presented, for example, knee, B, gap, N, blank, and participants were asked to complete the fragment with their studied words. Sorry, my screen again. Responses of studied words, bend, indicated no false memories, while response of the presented non-studied word, bone, indicated false memories due to retroactive interference. After completion of the fragment, okay, guys, I'm not going to keep reading this, but it just says that basically old people more likely to have false memories, and even when they're healthy. Okay, let's just keep going and see if they find anything else. There's too much to read for this stream. So that's a bit worrying. That is a bit worrying. Okay, are you still there, Seb?
Yes.
Bit worrying then that even healthy old people will remember things wrong.
Yes, very
worrying. That is worrying.
Yes.
Oh dear. D Prophet's here saying, I swear I remember seeing the Harlem Globetrotters when I was a kid with his when he was a kid with his dad, but his parents claim it never happened. That is weird, D Prophet, brother. That is weird.
I also have a fabricated memory. Actually, I could have sworn like that, like the prophet showed his knife on a stream, but it must be one of those fabricated memories.
I have a false memory in my mind, which is a really weird one, and it's like, do you remember when was it Kanye West went on stage and like mobbed out Taylor Swift? She got some award and he mobbed her out on stage. He jumped from the stage and started going ape shit, as he usually does. And I had a false memory for a while that happened when I was in school, but it didn't happen when I was in secondary school. It happened after I was in secondary school. And that was just a really weird thing to like have a brain fuck over. I haven't had many false memories, but that one, I mean, it's not an overt fucking false memory. It's not something I've declared or said, but it's just something that sometimes I recognize in myself that, yeah, I know when that happened logically, but it seems that it's attached to something to do with my secretary, even though it's got no connection to social, because it happened after it, didn't it? So, a bit weird.
There are so many memories.
I haven't got any other examples, thankfully, but that is one I have. Sorry?
Yeah, one can very easily mix up all the memories that happened. I think there's a lot of information there too, and the thing about like these like memory implants, it's that one would try to remember them as if it was a real memory, and it's just, and a lot of it is just a memory of having the memory. I guess a lot of our memories are just memories of trying to remember it, and not I guess the original memory maybe.
So Seb, I've got something we've got a Wikipedia page here to read on memory implantation, because I think that's interesting, something we should all be aware of. I'll share. Do you want to read it? I'll share it with you. You can present the screen. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'll let you read it. You're doing very well at your reading, so why not?
Where's the?
You just have to present. You have to open that and then present screen.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Keep socializing, folks. Keep reading. Keep analyzing your thoughts. Keep talking. Keep moving. Keep eating healthily. These are all things to help you prevent you getting synaptic pruning. Use it or lose it. You know, learn new skills. Even if you're getting old, learn a musical instrument.
Okay.
Do some night classes. Yes, I'm going to add it to the stage now so you can read it, brother. I'm just going to take a little break. I am listening, but I'm going to be muted and I won't come back for a few minutes. Okay, but you can read about memory implantation. Okay.
Memory implantation is a technique used in cognitive psychology to investigate human memory. In memory implantation studies, researchers make people believe that they remember an event that actually never happened. The false memories that have been successfully implanted in people's memories include remembering being lost in a mall as a child, taking a hot air balloon ride, among other things, which could be both good or bad. Memory implantation techniques were developed in the 1990s as a way of providing evidence of how easy it is to distort people's memories of past events. Most of the studies on memory implantations were published in the context of the debate about repressed memories and the possibility of danger of digging for lost memories in therapy. The successful implantation of memories in people's minds has implications for therapy and legal settings. The first formal studies using memory implantations were published in the early 1990s, the most famous being the formation of false memories, commonly referred to as the Lost in the Mall study, by Loftus and Pickrell. The basic technique used in the study involved taking a family members of a participant to provide narratives of an event that happened when they were young and then add another event that definitely had not happened. The participants saw these four narratives and were told to remember as much as possible about each event. Across a number of studies using memory implantations, about 37% of people have come to remember parts of entire events that never actually happened. Other studies have expanded on this paradigm by introducing photos instead of narratives. Wade and colleague found that 50% of people came to remember details of a hot balloon ride that never happened. After seeing a manipulated photo depicting the event, later it has been argued that photos by themselves do not produce more false memories than narratives, but that both methods have the power to successfully implant false memories. Real photos have also been found to increase the creation of false memories. In a study by Lindsay and colleagues, people were shown a childhood photo from the same time period as the false event. Seeing the photo resulted in more false memories even when the photos did not depict the actual event. In a 1990 study with children, Pestek and Hodge found that it was easier to implant a memory of a possible event being lost in a mall than an impossible one, receiving a rectal enema. Later followed-up studies, however, show that the perceived possibility of a false event can be changed, making false event easier to implant. Taken together, these findings show that there are many factors that are important for the way people remember events. Massoni also suggests a model for the development of false memories through the suggestions, which include three processes. The first process is to make people perceive the event as possible. The second is to make people believe it is likely to have happened to them. And the third step is to help people interpret thoughts and fantasies about events as memories. Other factors influence the likelihood of producing false memories include imagining the events and making a source monitoring error, especially reality monitoring. A real-life example of memory implantation occurred during the criminal case against Paul Ingram. Ingram was accused by his daughter of recurring sexual abuse in their childhood. Ingram denied all allegations, but at first, after being interviewed by police and therapists, he came to remember multiple instances of abuse. Sociologist Richard Ofshe considered this confession as a result of suggestive questioning, and he decided to test his theory. He told Ingram about a made-up scenario and said it was another accusation made by his children. She asked Ingram to try and remember as much as possible about this new event. Ingram could not recall anything straight away, but after thinking about it for some time, came up with a written confession where he described in detail what had happened. His children confirmed that the event had never actually happened. Ingram had created an entirely false memory of an event after suggesting from Ofshe. Ofshe considered this successful memory implantation evidence of Paul's Ingram's suggestibility, and in his opinion, it questions the accuracy of Ingram's other confessions. The methods used in memory implantation studies are meant to mimic those used by memory therapists to recover repressed memories of childhood events. The high rate of people remembering false events the high rate of people remembering false events shows that memories cannot always be taken at face value. Being told to go home and look at old photos to judge your memory can help you remember real events, but paired with suggestions from a therapist, it might also lead to false memories. Memory implantation studies are also similar to recovered memory therapy in the way that they involve an authority figure claiming to know that the event actually happened and applying pressure on the participant patient to remember. Memory implantation techniques in general also illustrate how people can relatively easily come to remember things that actually never happened. This poses
Okay.
for criminal confessions resulting from a suggestive questioning by police and others, and also for the accuracy associated with eyewitness memory. It has also been argued that the memory implantation studies are not applicable to the real life memories of trauma such as childhood sexual abuse, as it is not ethical to try to implant false memories of sexual abuse. I became a little tired of reading.
That's it. Take a. You're doing fine. Just try and concentrate, brother.
Yeah. My jaw is a little sore. Okay.
Bastian, do you want to read it? Sepazuzu, are you there? Oh, we lost it. I lost where you were there, sir. Never mind. Implanted memories are pretty scary anyway.
It's just that my jaw was a little sore.
That's fine. That's fine. Anyway, what did you learn there, Sam? What did you learn about implanted memories?
Well,
the fact that it can happen is quite scary.
There was one thing that I remember from the book, The Art of Not Giving a Fuck, where that sort of criminal case was mentioned in the book, where someone through suggestibility were convinced that they did something they didn't, and this was by some sort of and that happened due to a therapy session gone wrong, where a therapist tried to activate a woman's so-called repressed memories, but as we all know, therapy doesn't work. Don't seek professional help. And I guess the therapy thing just resulted in the mess of the whole criminal investigation.
Well, if anybody wants to come on here, please do, and we can have a chit chat. We will do some more deep diving. I'll be honest with you, I'm just going to have a little bit of something to eat now. and then I'm going to continue. But we've been
Yeah,
going for
I
2.5
also
hours. So come on here. We'll talk about memory implantation, perhaps. What were your earliest memories? We'll try and do a little bit more diving into why we have a negativity bias in our memories and why do we remember bad things more than good things a lot of the time.
I think
And such and such. We have a little bit more of deep diving to do, but I think we're doing all right. You know, we've done a little bit. We've covered quite a lot there. But yeah, if you want to come on here and shoot the breeze a little bit before we maybe do a little bit, we'll do less reading, maybe more chatting, but we'll do a little bit of exploration of implanted memories, why we have a negativity bias in our memories a lot of the time. And what else did I say there? Seb, something else? Something else that popped into my mind? Something else that popped into my working memory that but wasn't obviously important enough to be maintained by my long-term memory. You don't remember what I was saying. Fair enough.
No,
well.
How can I remember when? No, not only do I not remember, but I didn't even forget it. It was never there.
It was never there in the first place. A bit like us. Hello to the lovely Lacey, who's here now. Lacey, how are you doing?
Hi, how's it going? I didn't realize I was unmuted.
Well, yeah. So
Can
we're
you
going to
hear
talk
me
about.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know much about implanted memories?
Well, I don't, but like I was saying in the chat, I do have an example of it. I remember someone said on one of the previous shows that I reminded them of Teal Swan. And it was so bizarre because the next day I was at the dentist and waiting for my appointment. And when I opened my phone to scroll on the YouTube, what comes up is this knitting lady. I just closed the video actually. Knitting cult lady, I think she's called. I put the link in the chat. And it was about Teal Swan. I'm like, is that ever weird? Because we had just talked about that. So I watched it and it explained that basically I don't know if the doctor's name was Mary Bosworth or that's Teal Swan's real name, but when she was younger, she was going to a doctor that falsely implanted these memories, someone who was involved with the satanic panic. And then there was a detective involved that went through diaries, and she was a Mormon child, this Teal Swan. So basically there was some abuses going on but not the satanic ritual cult kind that she was referring to. So that is what I learned about that kind of memory implantation. I think there's also the things that we tell ourselves or give ourselves a story, or the story we're used to telling others that covers up a past trauma that may not be true. If I can continue, I'll use an example.
Yeah.
Over my journey, I used to be on Facebook quite a lot. I don't have that kind of social media anymore, but earlier on, I used to do a lot of conversing with people on there in a bunch of different groups. I ran into this lady, we'll just call her V. And in this group, she was expressing some struggles. It was an extraterrestrial group where, you would talk about your experiences, whatever they were, from abduction to just, talking or whatever. Anyway, so she was expressing that she was in a moment of crisis and, wanting to end her story early, if you know what I mean. And so I knew about that and I intervened and I started talking with this lady, and she was sharing a story about being abducted by gray aliens. We had talked on the phone for about 6 hours that day, a little bit on Skype, a little bit on the phone, because she did live in the United States. And by the end of it, I just had this feeling, based upon the experiences that I've had and that the fact that she couldn't answer some of the questions that would have been easily answerable if you had a real authentic kind of thing, even if it's spiritual. And in the end of it, I said, V, I said, we're never going to meet each other. I don't even know if that's your real name. And we're strangers. So if there's something else you'd like to tell me, and of course I'm following my intuition, if there's something else you want to tell me, like, now's the time for you to confess it. Where you could block me, I won't ever know where to find you. Like, it's just random, And so she did, and ended up telling me that she's been going to therapy for about 15 years and hasn't been able to talk about the fact that she was molested by her stepfather. And in order to get like support and kind of comfort in her time of need, she made up a story about being abducted by aliens. So there is these types of situations that happen. Now, I'm not going to say that this is what everybody's doing, but this is an example of kind of like, she might have even forgotten a little bit because she was very passionate about the story. She might have even forgotten a little bit that it wasn't true because she's told it so many times. That does occur.
Yeah, that's crazy. But she kind of, at least she knew it wasn't true. She knew it wasn't true. But I can see what you're saying. That sometimes people make up things, and yeah, it is very weird. It is very weird.
Well,
Sometimes
I think
it's trauma based.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it definitely is. I think it's a survival mechanism. And I think that in different degrees over our lives, we've all kind of done that in small ways. Maybe not everybody, but in small ways we have done that. I remember when I was young, because I was adopted, and everybody around me always had brothers and sisters. And even though I knew that I had brothers and sisters, I didn't know them, but sometimes I would just make shit up about them. To feel like to fit in, you know what I mean? So we have these things in our human nature that we do, so it shouldn't be looked too harshly or judged upon, because I think that this can happen to anyone, in their lifetime.
Yeah, very strange. We have Bastian Bash, Seppa Zuzu. What's going on, brother? Have you got anything you'd like to say without me preempting it? He said he's having trouble with his audio. So yeah, his microphone's bad again, unfortunately. Oh well. Have you? So King Capricornio says he thinks he remembers negative things because he's a Capricorn and a Scorpion rising, and he takes things personally. Yeah, you're not the only one, King Capricornio. There is actually something I want to share here. This is from verywellmind.com. So I'll present screen now. And share. Okay, so you can see that, everybody, yeah? What is negativity bias? Now, this is our tendency to, remember bad things that happen to us rather than good things, or to give more power to the bad things. So yeah, what is negativity bias? Okay, the negativity bias is our tendency not only to register negative stimuli more readily, but also to dwell on those events, also known as positive negative asymmetry. The negativity bias means that we feel the sting of a rebuke more powerfully than we feel the joy of praise. 1 second, I close this. The psychological phenomenon explains why bad first impressions can be so difficult to overcome, and why past traumas can have such long lingering effects. Remember, we learned today that the first and the last of an ongoing situation is the most pressing on our short-term memories. So yeah, unfortunately, first impressions do count. And it is hard to make up for a bad first impression, because that's the bit that gets really remembered. That's the bit that startled the person, broke them out of their stupor. That's the bit that grabbed their attention. That's the bit that they built upon. That's the foundation of how they mapped you and how they put meaning on you, you know, and it's very hard to, you know, deconstruct that and change it. Yeah, so this psychological phenomenon explains why bad first impressions can be so difficult to overcome. Okay. In almost any interaction, we are more likely to notice negative things and later remember them more vividly. Yeah. As humans, we tend to remember traumatic experiences better than positive ones. We recall insults better than praise. We react more strongly to negative stimuli. We think about negative things more frequently than positive ones. We respond more strongly to negative events than to equally positive ones. For example, you might be having a great day at work with a coworker who makes an offhand comment that you find irritating. You then find yourself stewing over his or her words for the rest of the workday. When you get home from work and someone asks you how your day was, you reply, "It was terrible," even though it was overall quite good despite that one negative incident. This bias towards the negative leads you to pay much more attention to the bad things that happen, making them seem more important than they really are. What the research says. Research has shown that across a wide array of psychological events, people tend to focus more on the negative as they try to make sense of the world. We tend to pay more attention to negative events than positive ones, learn more from negative outcomes and experiences, make decisions based on negative information more than positive data. It is the bad things that grab our attention, that stick to our memories, and in many cases influence the decisions we make. Psychological research suggests that the negative bias influences motivation to complete a task. People have less motivation when an incentive is framed as a means to gain something than when the same incentive will help them avoid the loss of something. Okay. This can play a role in your motivation to pursue a goal rather than focusing on what you will gain if you keep working towards something. You're more likely to dwell on what you might have to give up in order to achieve that goal. The bad news. Additionally, studies have shown that negative news is more likely to be perceived as truthful. That's interesting, since negative information draws greater attention. It also may be seen as having greater validity. This might be why bad news seems to garner more attention. It's all fake news, guys. Fake news. Fake bad news. Politics. Differences in negativity bias have also been linked to political ideology. Some research suggests that conservatives may have stronger psychological responses to negative information than liberals. That's interesting. Some evidence, for example, has found that people who consider themselves politically conservative are more likely to rate ambiguous stimuli as threatening. So what we've got is a load of paranoid individuals ruling America at the moment because they're hypersensitive to even ambiguous stimuli. Such differences in negativity bias might explain why some people are more likely to value things such as tradition and security, while others are more open to embracing ambiguity and change. That's interesting, isn't it? And it is very much true. I mean, the right wing obviously value tradition and security because they want things to remain the same because they're a bunch of pansies and they're frightened of anything else. They're frightened of having to do different things. They can't face a world that isn't rigid, whereas other people are more chilled out, and the left are more chilled out and more open to embracing ambiguity and change. In fact, the rational person would admit that you have to be able to embrace change because we live in a transient reality that Mother Nature isn't rigid. Things change. You have to be open to change. Indeed, that's how you survive, because circumstances are always changing. Examples of negative bias. The negative bias can have a variety of real-world effects on how people think and act. Do any of these situations and events feel similar or familiar? Sorry. You received a performance review at work that was quite positive overall and noted your strong performance and achievements. A few constructive comments pointed out areas where you could improve, and you find yourself focusing on those remarks rather than feeling good about the positive aspects of your review. you feel upset and angry about the few critical comments. I assume that this is also dependent on how narcissistic you are. If you have a narcissistic personality, for example, then I'm sure that criticisms could really, really, really screw you up. You had an argument with your significant other, and afterwards you find yourself focusing on all your partner's flaws instead of acknowledging their good points. You ruminate over all of their imperfections, even the most trivial thoughts are amplified, while positive characteristics are overlooked. Yes, you humiliated yourself in front of your friends years ago, and you can still vividly recall the event. You find yourself cringing with embarrassing over it, even though your friends have possibly forgotten about it entirely. And that is true for a lot of us. Things that we find important, people have often forgot. Even though to us maybe it might be embarrassing or impactful, negatively speaking. Where negative bias comes from, our tendency to pay more attention to bad things and overlook good things is likely a result of evolution. Earlier in human history, paying attention to bad, dangerous, and negative threats in the world was literally a matter of life and death. Those who were more attuned to danger and who paid more attention to the bad things around them were more likely to survive. This meant they were also more likely to hand down the genes that made them more attentive to danger. The evolutionary perspective suggests that this tendency to dwell on the negative more than the positive is simply one way the brain tries to keep us safe. Are you a pessimist? And it has a quiz. There's a quiz here. You want to do the quiz? When you wake up in the morning, let's see if I'm a pessimist. When you wake up in the morning, what is your first thought? Today is going to be a great day. Well, it's another day. No, I suppose it's just another day. That's what I'm saying. Your boss puts an unexpected meeting on your calendar. What do you assume it's about? They want to check in and see how things are going. Woohoo, it's very stuff. I think it's just to see what's going on. Someone cute at the bar catches your eye. What's going on through your mind? Yeah, they must want to talk to you. Your date hasn't texted you back. What's your assumption? Guess that's the end of that. They must be taking time to come up with something charming. I don't know. It depends on the person. That one, who you're talking about. They must be taking the time to come up with something charming. No, I don't. It depends on the person. This is a silly.
They must be busy at the moment.
Yeah, that's what Yeah, but it depends. Some people are, don't think that. Anyway,
it depends on where you're at.
Yeah. How do you feel about the state of the world? I generally feel hopeful, but I think it feels wet or worse. The news gets worse and worse every day. I mean, if I'm honest, I'm going towards that, but it's true. Things could be better or worse, and I'll go for that one. You see a couple having an animated conversation but can't hear them. What do you assume they're talking about? Whoa, that's a major fight going down. They must have got okay. I think it's a fight, but they're really animated. I don't know. This is really stupid. I'm sorry I started taking this quiz. Anyway, how do you tend to respond to good news with cautious optimism? Which of these is someone most likely to say to you? You always know how to put a positive spin on things. Stop being negative. Tell it like it is, I suppose. Which of these characters from The Office most reminds you of yourself? I don't even. Is that the American one? I don't know. I don't know their names, so I can't even. I'm going to guess Stanley. I'll probably shoot myself in the foot there. Which of these TV shows resonates with you the most? Curb Your Enthusiasm. What do you think when the phone rings and a relative's name pops up in the call ID? I'm dreading whatever family drama is excited. Excited to catch up. What do you tell yourself at the end of a bad day? I wonder what sick joke life has stolen for me tomorrow. It doesn't kill me, makes stronger. If it happens, I'll probably feel better afterwards. Yeah, probably that. You're a realist at heart, it says I am. Okay, well, thank you for that. Okay. Development. Research suggests this negativity bias starts to emerge in infancy. Very young infants tend to pay greater attention to positive facial expression and tones of voice, but this begins to shift as they near 1 year of age. Brain studies indicate that around this time, babies begin to experience greater brain responses to negative stimuli. This suggests that the brain's negative bias emerges during the latter half of a child's first year of life. There is more evidence that the bias may actually start even earlier in development. One study found that infants as young as 3 months old show signs of the negativity bias when making social evaluation of others. The brain's response. Neuroscientific evidence has shown that there is a greater neural processing in the brain in response to negative stimuli. Studies that involve measuring event-related brain potentials (ERPs), which show the brain's response to specific sensory, cognitive, or motor stimuli, have shown that negative stimuli elicit a larger brain response than positive ones. In studies conducted by psychologist John Cacioppo, participants were shown pictures of either positive, negative, or neutral images. The researchers then observed electrical activity in the brain. Negative images produced much stronger responses in the cerebral cortex than did positive or neutral images. Okay, because negative information causes a surge in activity in critical information processing areas of the brain, our behaviors and attitudes tend to be shaped more powerfully by bad news experiences and information. While we may no longer need to be on constant high alert as our early ancestors needed to be in order to survive, the negativity bias still has a starring role in how our brains operate. Research has shown that negative bias can have a wide variety of effects on how people think, respond, and feel. Some of the everyday areas where you might feel the results of this bias include in your relationships, decision-making, and the way you perceive people. The negativity bias can have a profound effect on your relationships. The bias might lead people to expect the worst in others, particularly in close relationships in which people have known each other for a long time. For example, you might negatively anticipate how your partner will react to something and go into the interaction with your defenses already on high alert. Arguments and resentment are often the results. When it comes to relationships, it is valuable to remember that negative comments usually carry much more weight than positive ones. Being aware of our own tendency to fixate on the negative is also important. By understanding this natural human tendency, you can focus on finding ways to cut other people a break and to stop expecting the worst. The decision-making, negativity bias can influence on the decision-making process. In their famous work, Nobel Prize-winning researchers Kahneman and Tversky found that when making decisions, people consistently place greater weight on negative aspects of an event than they do on positive ones. The tendency to overemphasize the negative can have an impact on the choices that people make and the risks they are willing to take. When imagining scenarios involving either gaining a certain amount of money or losing the same amount of money, the risk of loss tends to loom larger in people's mind. People often fear the consequences of negative outcome more than they desire the potential positive gains, even when the two possibilities are equivalent. People have a stronger negative reaction to losing 20 than the positive feelings they have from gaining 20. People perception. When forming impressions of others, people tend to focus more on the negative information. For example, studies have shown, when given both good and bad adjectives to describe another person's character, participants give greater weight to the bad descriptions when forming a first impression. How to overcome negative bias. The negativity bias can take a toll on your mental health, causing you to dwell on dark thoughts, hurt your relationships with loved ones, make it difficult to maintain an optimistic outlook in life. Fortunately, there are steps you can take to change your thinking and fight the tendency towards negative thinking, including stop negative self-talk. Start paying attention to the type of thoughts that run through your mind. After an event takes place, you might find yourself thinking things like, I shouldn't have done that. This negative self-talk shapes how you think about yourself and others. A better tactic is to stop those thoughts whenever they begin. Instead of fixating on past mistakes that cannot be changed, consider what you have learned and how you might apply that in the future. Reframe the situation. How you talk to yourself about events, experiences, and people plays a large role in shaping how you interpret events. When you find yourself interpreting something in a negative way or only focusing on the bad aspect of the situation, look for ways to reframe the event in a more positive light. This doesn't mean ignoring potential dangers or wearing rose-colored glasses. It simply means refocusing so that you can give fair and equal weight to good events. Establish new patterns. When you find yourself ruminating on things, look for an uplifting activity to pull yourself out of this negative mindset. For example, if you find yourself mentally reviewing some unpleasant event or outcome, consciously try to redirect your attention elsewhere and engage in an activity that brings you joy. A few more ideas to get your mind off negative thoughts. Go for a walk, listen to upbeat music, read a good book. Savor positive moments because it takes more For positive experience to be remembered, it is important to give extra attention to good things that happen. Where negative things might be quickly transferred and stored in your long-term memory, you need to make more of an effort to get the same effect from happy moments. So when something great happens, take a moment to really focus on it, replay the moment several times in your memory, and focus on the wonderful feelings the memory evokes. A word from Very Well. This is the website I'm on, verywellmind.com. First time I've been on it, so it's quite a good website. The negativity bias can have a powerful impact on your behavior, but being aware of it means that you can take steps to adopt more positive outlook in life. Taking a more mindful approach that involves being aware of your own tendency towards negativity and consciously elevating happier thoughts to the forefront of awareness. This is one of the best ways to combat negative bias. Ruminating on the negative can take a serious toll, so taking steps to combat this bias can play a role in boosting your mental well-being. That is that. Okay. Right. And who's left? Who is left?
I'm here.
Yes. All right then. All right then. All right then. Hello, Lacey. Lacey,
Yeah,
we've gone through quite a lot there tonight.
that was a lot.
And did you find any of it beneficial? I mean, you probably knew it all, but
No, I mean, like, I'm learning along with everybody else. I think it was really beneficial. It was a great show.
I
mean, like I said in the what?
Good. I'm glad
Good.
you enjoyed it. Yeah. Did we leave anything out that we said? Memory hacks. I mean, we've done that. Oh, we didn't talk about genetic memory. Will we look up that?
Sure.
Genetic memory. I mean, I spoke about that before. I think that the way, for example, when you walk along the street, sometimes you might see a bit of rope or a bit of wire, like a twirly or scraggly bit of rope, and you give a second look, like a kind of like, because we're kind of coded to look for snakes because as mammals they were as smaller mammals they were a big problem for us, even as and humans that lived in the wilds, they were problems for us,
Yeah,
so
that's
we have this kind. Yeah,
our reptilian brain and our fight or flight. What keeps us safe from our basic survival. It's in us from way long ago, from our ancestors. Spiders.
Yeah. So
I just wanted to say welcome to Scott. Welcome in the chat, and welcome to the channel. He's new, and he's actually from my channel.
all right.
So I just wanted to say welcome. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, anybody want to come on now? This is the juncture where you're allowed to hop on, or you're allowed to hop on at any moment. But yeah, seeing as we're winding down a little bit, do come on and have a little chin wag if you want about memory. It'd be interesting to hear about earliest memories, actually. What are people's earliest memories? Anything, any stories in that regard? Any anecdotal, maybe funny stories about brain farts, or times when you couldn't quite remember something important, or other times when maybe you remembered something at an inconvenient time where it made you smile or laugh when it was inappropriate to do so. Those things happen sometimes in life as well. But yeah, we had someone called Kim B. If she's around, she can come on here. But we have a few newbies here tonight. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. We're here 3 times a week, so do subscribe and say hello. Welcome to the weird corner of the internet, as Brother Marcus says. Make a cup of tea and enjoy your stay. Where is Chickpea? Well, the good news is I heard from Chickpea yesterday, or today actually. She sent me a message very, very late. Actually, it was about this time. It was technically it was yesterday. So she sent me a message at 10 past midnight saying she'd come to the show today. So she still is around. She said that the show was an interesting topic and she'd hop on. But maybe she got waylaid by something more important, and there are many things more important than me. Too numerous to list, so I can't blame her. So yes, guys, the link is there if you want to come on here. Other than that, last minute Lacey, What about the Mandela effect? I mean, to me, I think that's a load of rubbish, right? Do you in any way believe in that?
Oh, well, I mean, I've seen a lot on that. And I mean, like, just in the Berenstain Bears one, just like that, it could be cases of misremembering, you know. I think that there's a lot of people out there that are creating false narratives, you know, for profit. And that's one thing you got to be careful of. And I mean, there might be a little tiny thing to it, but I don't really sign up for that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like, even trying to remember how, like, I can remember reading the Berenstain Bears, but like, to tell you how, if I remember how it was spelled, no. You know, like, I can remember like vaguely what some of the colors or and what the pictures look like, and like, you know, how the mom had that hat on with the polka dots. Sometimes it was green, sometimes it was blue, depending on her outfit. Little things like that. But no, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's so many theories out there. I don't want to totally dismiss them because there's just things that I don't know about. But I mean, there's some ones that are really bizarre that make you go,
I remember the Fruit of the Loom one was the one that got me for a while. I think I remember it kind of different. You know, the Fruit of the Loom one that they say that changed, that logo changed. But yeah, overall, I think it's just the power of suggestion, perhaps. You know,
maybe.
sometimes, yeah, it's like people saying it's changed, and then you go, oh yeah. Whereas maybe it's just maybe the human brain remembers certain things. Maybe we do have a pattern where we remember like yellow more than red or something. I don't know. Maybe there's just some kind of reason why. You know, it's a bit like we remember the first and last part of something more than the middle bits. You know.
Yeah.
So it's there's probably some pattern thing going on, and that's just it's to do with the way we decode and analyze stuff and box it, compartmentalize it in our brains, and that's why we seem to be having all these brain farts that are being attributed to the Mandela effect. You know, so yeah, I'm not one for the Mandela effect. I mean, did you think that Nelson Mandela died in the 80s and there were like thousands of people queuing up at his funeral?
I mean, I thought he had died. But I mean, like, I think that's just because, you know, maybe with time passing and learning about that school, maybe you just assumed that he passed away. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, in the UK, they worshipped Nelson Mandela even when he was alive, and after he got out of Robben Island, is it Robert? What was the name of the prison? Robben Island or something?
Gosh, I don't remember.
Mandela prison name. What was the name? Come on, man. Oh yeah, it was Robben Island. Oh, sorry, 27 years in prison. It was between Robben Island and I can't see the other month. The other bit isn't. Anyway, it was another prison as well. Robben Island and Baltimore prison, and Victor Verster prison. So it's 3 different islands there. Yeah, no, he was always on the TV and that, and you know, he was the first president of the you know, the new South Africa, and he was there during the South African Rugby World Cup, handing over the William Webb Ellis Trophy. So 1995. So yeah, I'm well used to seeing him around the place. So yeah, but that's just me. Everyone else thought he was dead. He is dead now, by the way. Oh, he's dead. He's dead as a dodo. But his memory lives on.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be disrespectful about it at all. I just, you know, I think that with the most respect, that just isn't something that, and I know it sounds bad, but it's not something that holds interest in my world right now going on. You know what I mean? So I guess those things just don't stay relevant in my mind. So that's why I didn't really, you know, wrestle with it. Like I said, a lot of those Mandela things
Right.
were odd, but because I couldn't even remember myself clearly, I was like, oh, well, whatever.
Mm-hmm. What's your earliest memory, Lacey? Do you have it?
Yeah,
Can you
I
remember?
was trying to think. On that. I remember, but it's weird. It's almost like looking through tunnel vision, or looking through when you look through like a paper towel roll, because I can remember being really small. And I mean, like when my father was around in my life, my adopted father, I was really young, like under the age of 6 years old. Like he just didn't want anything to do with me the older I got. I think like when I just didn't speak, or, I didn't have many wants or needs, and he was okay with it, but he was just gone. And so like, I remember being in the wagon, and he used to take me for walks on the wagon. But it's only like just a few moments of it, like there's not a whole thing. When I was younger, and after, I had gone through what I did in my childhood, I never thought that I would be able to forget. And if I really try hard and focus on it, and the more I talk about it, more will come back to me. But honest to God, I've forgotten a lot of my childhood, which is kind of scary, because you even forget kind of what some people look like, because of the level of trauma I experienced. But it's in a good way, because it doesn't no longer haunt me anymore. And in the chat, I was talking about that. I find that if your past is coming up more and more, it's one, because you're trying to process why it happened to you, why these people did that. It's usually questions like that. Once you settle that within yourself and make peace with it, as they say, it does stop haunting you. Now, that doesn't mean something else won't come up later, but I found this to be my experience. And there were times when I never thought that would be. So it does occur. It is a protection mechanism. It allows you to function better. I think sometimes the reason why we overanalyze these things is that we don't want them to occur again in the future, which is a natural, normal thing to do. Yeah. But it is true that with practice, because I've really struggled, the negative self-talk it comes in steps. First, it's about the inner work and how you're going to deal with yourself. You need to learn how to deal with yourself before you're going to be able to deal with anybody else in the way that you want and get the results that you require or that you're seeking, the positive ones. So, because some people that do struggle with, what is that? Like, I'm hearing interpersonal relationships, but I'm just talking like, I'm not talking when I say relationships as in between like a romantic. I mean like in all aspects, between your parents, your friends, family, all that. And what happens is for me, I had to take it step by step by slowly, changing the way that I talk to myself about it, or even just the way that I started to mentally visualize dealing with it.
Right.
Yeah.
If something traumatic happened to you in your past, I remember hearing someone say a good way to deal with bad memories of your childhood is to envisage yourself now as an adult going back to kind of like hold the hand of you as a child, basically to do what an adult should have done. So that when you have this intrusive thought of a bad childhood experience and a bad memory, you kind of go back, well, look, this is what should have happened. This is what I would do. And I am you. You can forget about this now. We've learned that if this happened now, I would be the type of person that would step in and stop it. I wouldn't let it happen.
Right.
And that's what you needed. You didn't have it, but now you are that person. You can stop it from happening for someone else if you see it happening. So, that type of thing is quite beneficial, apparently.
Yeah, like I would do that. This is what when they talk about meditation, this is mental exercise and practice for the most part. It's not just about quieting your mind and turning off your thoughts and thinking of nothing. It's more so a process of processing what's going on in your inner world, your subconscious, or even the things that you are struggling with. Sorry if I'm a little struggling with words, because I'm also thinking about different memories. But uh-oh.
No
I've lost.
problemo.
No.
Darling.
Can someone just can you just tell me what I was just talking about
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I can rewind it, and if you're struggling with bad thoughts like that traumatize you as a child, I
Oh,
was
right. I
talking about
remember. I remember.
yeah.
You talked about going back. Oh, mental exercise, right. So what I would do, because it's a lot about visualization. So what I would do was when I would replay those memories, I know this sounds a little bit childish to some, but whatever works for you. That's why it's important. So I would envision myself kind of as like a higher dimensional being, like a superhero, like a being with wings and powers and stuff like that. And I would go back and talk to myself this way and also confront my parents. But I did this a lot until I really got it right. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different stages you go through, and this is what they refer to as the mental training, and it really starts there. Yeah.
Oh, that's good to know then. And how did that make you feel then in the long term? When did you know you were healed?
Well, I mean, like, I'm not fully healed. It's a process. I think that every day we heal a little bit more. And because I've healed certain aspects of things, I've been able to come into a level of understanding and acceptance over it. Remember how I talked about, what was it, the serenity prayer, about praying for the guidance to know the difference between the things, that you can change and all that. Yeah. That really helped for me to reflect over, what was that word we were talking about? Analyzing.
Yes.
The situation. And sometimes it takes multiple times in practice of going over it. But eventually,
I think you're right. I think analysis is very important, because if you have a negative memory, a bad memory in there, or if you have an erroneous memory or whatever it might be, or you've learned something that's not very beneficial, it's good to analyze it, bring it to the fore, analyze it, and then come up with something to impose, to supersede it, to overcome it, to replace it, and then that becomes the superior mode of thinking in the future, so that's why it's good to keep trying to develop, keep trying to learn, because you're trying to replace the faulty bits of you, or the problematic bits of you in your mind that were put in there often by ignorant actions of others, or malevolent forces. And the good thing is, as you age, as you grow older, you do have the ability to kind of try to rearrange that, or try to put in new information that can help you become in charge, at least it would appear, in charge of your own mind, in charge of what you pay attention to, what you give importance to.
Yeah. Well, it brings me back to the show that we did on Kabbalah with the polarities. Now, if we're looking at darkness as ignorance and light as wisdom or knowledge, no, because I think it's more important as wisdom, because anyone can have knowledge, but it's really important that you have the wisdom to know what to do with it. It is about the heart and the mind. So it goes along with the left and the right, with the poles. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, this is about, the inner process, like Kabbalah was, that we learned about last time, about an inner reflection, an inner to your outer, the microcosm to the macrocosm, like to all. And they also reflect a lot about what the divine is, what God is, and how it reflects in us.
I mean, Kabbalah, the Kabbalic stuff, that seemed to be an inward journey to transcendation, to transcendence, going inwards. to go to rise up.
Yeah.
And then you have this, what we've been talking about tonight. Memory is all about analysis, introspection, thinking about it for yourself, okay, putting it into terms that will be applicable to what you already know, and can connect to what you already know to make it meaningful for you, so that it becomes something that you're not a stranger to, something that you can attach to, and something that you can store within you for later usage. And then we have Yerf Dogs, who is in the chat there, and he often has spoken about meditation, and so have you, Lacey. There's a few meditators in the chat. I'm not very good at that, but I like to think my walking is meditation, because I think when I walk. But people who can sit and do proper meditation, I think that is another going within. There's something about going within, into your own mind, into your own heart, introspection, and analyzing matters, in a calm way. I mean, we already said that tonight. Learning is about, you have to be in a calm state to learn, right? And obviously in meditation, in all these things, Kabbalistic, seeking, it's all about being calm, relaxed, and going inwards and analyzing your sensory input, what is rising in the core of the consciousness, so the short-term memory, what is coming to the fore, analyzing it calmly, rejecting it if it's unhelpful, and also it's about looking at what is coming in repetitively that is negative or of a negative bias, and trying to work out why that's happening, and to replace it with rational thought, that rises above it. So you're not hating someone, you're not really, resentful. You're just understanding that things happened because we live a human experience, and you're kind of taking the other people out of it, taking the person out of it, and looking at it as a kind of a bit removed from it. Even though it happened to you, you're removing the emotions from it, analyzing it, and trying to learn from it, so that going forth you can maybe avoid it or help others or help yourself.
Yeah, I think what you were looking for, the word is balanced, a balanced perspective. And that's what I was talking about. By using both your heart and mind in union, not only feeling, but also intellect. So that's something that's really important. And I learned something recently. I didn't know this recently. The technique that I learned is recent, from a video that I watched from this pastor, actually. And I think that a lot of people, what they run into is when they come across new information, I think it's called cognitive dissonance, but something happens where I find that even with myself, I've held myself back a little bit by thinking that I know it all, or, oh, well, I already know about that, and not giving it a chance in that way. And so
yeah, I think cognitive dissonance is when you kind of say one thing, but your actions tell a different story. But it's not in a malevolent way. It's like your general demeanor, everything about you, your worldview is not in line with your thoughts.
No, just one sec. I would just want to tell you exactly what I mean.
Okay.
Okay, so what I saw at first was, when you're confronted with, it's about belief systems, and so say, if you say something about, if I were to say, Jesus Christ was symbolism and allegory, there would be a lot of people who an alarm would go off in their brain based upon what they have in their belief systems that would come as a challenge. So it creates conflict. So it says cognitive dissonance in the field of psychology. Now, of course, this is just Wikipedia. I just did it real quick. is described as a mental phenomenon in which people unknowingly hold fundamentally conflicting cognitions. Being confronted by situations that challenge this dissonance may ultimately result in some change in their cognitions or actions to cause greater alignment to between them, so as to reduce this dissonance. So basically, what I'm going to describe to you, if you can envision this, the man said that if you take your hands and make them into a circle, and you look inside the circle and you tell yourself, what is that sound, first off? Can you hear that?
No, I can't.
I think it's going on in your background.
I'll mute when you're not talking, okay?
Yeah. Sorry. So there is there in your circle of awareness is what you know, the things that you're aware of. But then if you look outside the circle, that's all the things that you don't know. And there are things out there that you don't even know you don't know. So this is how I convinced myself to leave room open for things that I just may not be prepared for. Yeah.
I think that's very, very wise. You know, unknown unknowns, I mean, they are a huge problem. And it's probably my fan, says Brother Marcus. Let me just check my order. Because if I'm on my headset, it shouldn't be my fan. But sorry about that.
No, it kind of did. It sounded like the wind, like, whee. At first, I'm like, what is that? You just all of a sudden started up like you'd opened the window or something. I don't know. It was the strangest thing.
But yeah, Lacey, going back to that, I think it is important to be open-minded. So, like, I'm still ignorant, but I'm not as ignorant about certain things as I used to be, you know? And therefore, one could easily say that all of us could be less ignorant in the future. So we don't know it all now. And I think we have to be open-minded to that, fact, but it's also a huge problem because, our lives are finite, and you do have to hold opinions, to get through this life. So you can only go by what you know. But, I suppose it's not about being so open-minded that your brain falls out. It's about being open-minded enough to say, look, when something comes up that might replace what I believe in a good way, and that proves to be beneficial to me and others, and is true, then I'll accept it. Now, I just raised something interesting there, because some people will carry a lie going forwards, even though they know it's not true, because they think it's beneficial. Like, for example, there are people out there who call themselves cultural Christians, or you could do this for any religion, and they say they're happy for people to practice religion because it makes for it's beneficial to society. I'm just saying that's an example that someone might use. Anyway, go on. Sorry for disrupting you.
It's okay. I just wanted to mention, you remember how we were talking about the Mandela effect? Now I just forgot what I was going to say. No.
We were talking about the Mandela effect. Oh dear. No problem, Lacey.
It's not your fault. It's mine. Because we were talking about the Mandela effect. Oh, dang it. Why does this keep happening?
And we talk about cognitive dissonance. Okay.
Mm.
And we were just talking then about how, you don't know it all. And we used to be more ignorant in the past.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah. Okay.
So remember, we were talking about the Mandela effect. Now, I sometimes call things mind pollution. And for me, no disrespect to anybody else, me throwing the Mandela effect into the equation of the stuff that I already have going on would be pollution, because it would pollute the order of things that I already have, and it just doesn't seem necessary. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, that relates to what we're talking about today. When you're confronted by something like the Mandela effect, your short-term memory is assessing it and saying, this isn't beneficial to me. This is trash. I don't need to put this in my long-term memory. So you lose the will to pay attention. And so that's that is related to memory formation today. The credence you give to something. That's why it's so important to be able to analyze things, isn't it? And I mean, a lot of us, in our schooling, we're not taught to think analytically. You know, even some university degrees fail to teach it nowadays. You're taught to accept what you're told in school. And
well, that's what education is. That's what the system is anyway.
It's not conducive to forming positive, beneficial long-term memory, is it? To just accept what you're told.
Yeah,
I suppose that's why some people become good little robots, or obedient slaves.
Well, that's the exact point of it.
Yeah, because your long-term memory is just, isn't your own. It's not your own. It's what they told you.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't analyzed the data. You haven't said this is important or not to me as an individual.
But then again, in some cases, you haven't been presented with alternative information. So, I mean, it is ignorance by accident, sort of, or not having the access to an alternative outlook. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but I think I do think there is a way of thinking that, and it's good to analyze things and to think about the methodology of how you're interpreting data coming into your mind, and to know all these basic things like the negativity bias, to know about all your different personal biases, to know about empirical evidence, different ways of proving something, whatever it is, and also just to be aware of media and the corporate push that is behind some agendas of relaying news to us. We already learned that bad news is more memorable than good news. I mean, there's so much to be talked about and thought about from some of the stuff we mentioned tonight on the stream. And it just seems to be, again, we say this in every stream nearly, but self-awareness is fundamentally important. Being aware of yourself. Through thine own self be true. We are all on our own journeys, and make sure you're doing the best for you on that journey to walk a life that isn't led by malevolent forces, other human beings who don't have your well-being on their agenda. So sorry, Lacey.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to say, that when it comes to that, I lost my train of thought again.
It's all right, darling. I was talking about learning and just being sure that you're being self-aware, walking your own path, and you're analyzing what others.
You mentioned negative bias.
Yes.
See, this is one thing. Remember, I was mentioning earlier when I talked about, I could talk about the trauma. This is the effects of the weed smoking, though. Yeah.
Right. How long ago did you last smoke weed? How long ago did you last smoke it?
Well, I walked away, and I call it consulting the oracle, actually. I do that. I do that quite often, mostly all day, every day.
Oh, you're a heavy weed smoker then?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've never denied that. I'm very openly and honest about that. But yeah, I do have squirrel brain. But what we were talking about was, honesty. This is what's helped me, okay? So eventually it got to a point where I had such a connection with my divine creator that I felt like, well, if the creator is witnessing me all the time and seeing all things that I do and say, and if I really want to be the greatest representation of myself that I can be, to express this person that I am through my heart, mind, and soul, because I do unconditionally love myself, right? So what I found is that the best thing you can do, even if you do make a bad impression with somebody, you just have to be honest, authentic, and true. And it might not be easy. It might, feel a little bit vulnerable and naked, but really, what are you as born in your birthday suit, as naked with your creator? You know what I'm saying? So it kind of helps this way, like to be able to be vulnerable and authentic. If you make a mistake, or, I think that honesty, like they say, is the best policy, and it does, like, truth prevails, and it fixes things. So yeah, first impressions can be difficult, but with a little effort and with true, genuine, heartfelt connection with yourself, you can connect with others again. It might take time though, but it works.
Yes. And I would say you're right. Don't get too disheartened if other people don't like you based on your first impression, because, you know, if you're trying hard, if you're being genuine and you're not being an asshole, well, that's their problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
So anyway,
it doesn't
one eye moon says, "We does give you a goldfish memory, so disconnected in a haze of unconsciousness." Yes, one eye moon. Don't do drugs, kids.
Well, first of all, that is a medical thing that I use to manage my symptoms of trauma. Like, I haven't been able to eat and stuff like that for a few days. So, like little bits and stuff, but that's my own personal journey. And I'm pretty sure that one-eyed moon was someone that was harassing me on my own personal channel, just FYI. Yeah. So I'm not disconnected or in a haze of unconscious. I am not an unconscious person at all. I'm very conscious.
No, you're not. You're not. Now, I will say, for me
people
personally,
that have a bias against drugs and marijuana, they will have a negative attitude towards it. I do know that there are alternative methods that I have been trying, but unfortunately, like I have expressed before, with my feeling of disconnection from my fellow humans, and I know that's why I'm so glad that I found this group, I do use it as a way to numb out the loneliness. And it's not as healthy. Like, I shouldn't be smoking as much as I do, but it's just become something that I have learned to deal with things, and eventually it will change, and it'll probably just drop it like cold turkey one day. And I have done it before.
Okay, darling.
Yeah. I'm not like feeling the need to like defend, or I just
no problem, darling. No problem. Now, listen, I'm sorry if I insulted you there.
You didn't.
I was basing it on my own experience of drugs. I've done drugs.
I know, and that's why I just wanted to express myself. That's all.
For me personally, I completely understand. I understand that it does different things to different people. Now, for me personally, drugs don't work for me. They don't do. Now, I'm talking about street drugs. They don't do any good things for me. I mean, they're good in the moment, but they do kind of muddle me up in my mind and stuff. So I stay away from them now. And for me personally, I didn't see it until after I stopped. I was never a big user or something. I used to just do it now and again. But when I stopped doing it for like a year or something, I was like, oh, actually, my mind is clearer. So yeah, for me personally.
And I would agree with that. Like, I would agree. It's something that I've been, dealing with for a while, and I know it's not nice. It's not nice for me to have to be like this. Like, it's frustrating sometimes, and I'm glad that people can help me remember. But it's just who I am at this point, and I love myself, and so I mean, I'm used to people judging me like that. And I mean, I'm not saying that's what you did, but I hear that, and it stings just a tiny bit. But don't hold it against you. It's all love.
That's all right. One-eyed moon says he's not judging people who used to smoke, who used to drink a lot too. Yeah, we've all been around the block here. So anyway, Brother Marcus says, what happens when you're trying to connect with others, but nobody accepts your genuine self? I mean, there will always be people out there who'll accept bits of you. I mean, that's the kind of thing. It's not about to accept the whole of you is like a partner, I suppose. If that's what you're looking for, I suppose you just keep looking in amongst the people you're connecting little bits of you to. So if you've got your interests in philosophy, you go to philosophy groups, you talk about philosophy online or whatever, and then you might have other parts of you that are interested in, I don't know, walking, eating vegan food. You might join foodie groups, walking groups. You might go to a gym. You might go to other academic interests you have. And then eventually you might meet someone who has a little bit more of a connection to you because they're also interested in other areas that you're interested in. Or you develop an interest that they have because they talk to you about it. And before you know it, you start meeting people who have a little bit more or connect with you on a greater basis because you're exploring. Is that good advice, Lacey?
Sure is. I would also say that unconditional love is a rare thing that you're going to find out in this world. The most important thing is, I know it's kind of cliche, but is to have this for yourself. It doesn't, I know, I feel like that. I'm in the same boat. Like, I've tried to connect with others no matter how much, I'm like this in person as I am online. I'm no different. And, it makes it difficult, but again, it turns you around. And if you look, it's about, like, in the mirror, it's about loving yourself. And that is the most important part. And then these things kind of, it's not like it goes away, but the pain of it, the lesson of it is that, in the end, it's you, because it was in the beginning, it was you. You're born alone, you die alone. You kind of have to have these parts of acceptance. It doesn't mean just to stay away from others, because I believe, like, what's happening for me, when I get right on the inside, what I truly dream about and want for myself will be attracted into my life on the outside. And I've seen that multiple times in many people's lives happen. So it's become like something that I've had faith in, but I just have to align with that,
I mean, it's probably, if people don't accept you, then it's a good thing that they're not in your life. So it's not the biggest problem, but I suppose it just depends on whether you feel lonely or not. And I would say stop putting other people on a pedestal. No one is your savior. You're your own savior. And I would also say that you can be a savior to other people. So you can, cast your net out and help other people who may be in a bad spot, man. People you might, I'm not saying this about you, Brother Marcus, but I talk about in general. You can talk to people who might be having a difficult time in life. Maybe they've got learning difficulties or something, and you could help cheer them up. Just add to the mix, sometimes you don't want to hear it, but sometimes if you're aware of how hard this existence is, well then, and you're able to intellectually, grapple with that fact, well then, unfortunately, whether you like it or not, you're the kind of person that the world needs to be proactive, in some way or other in society, because there's a lot of people that don't give a rat's ass. There's a lot of people that don't care about how cool this reality can be. Brother Marcus says,
what?
Brother Marcus says, aren't we social animals? I don't know if it's a good thing when nobody digs you. I mean, we all dig Brother Marcus. I don't know if this is about him or if he's talking about someone else, but I would say if nobody digs you where you're living, it's probably where you're living.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on here, man. I mean, you sometimes you could be someone who's very well read, very articulate, etc., but you're living in a grim area town where people don't appreciate good conversation, where they're kind of reactive beings based on superficial reasoning. So they're looking at you. They're looking at you whether you're a threat physically or whether they can get something out of you. Some parts of town are like that. Other parts of town are judging you because you're not wearing the right apparel. They're saying, "Oh, this person's poor" or whatever. They're not wearing the latest, I don't know, Abercrombie and whatever. You just gotta keep moving around. If you're living in a city, frequent areas, there are people out there. I would say just join groups, go to groups, and also start helping vulnerable people in some way or other in real life. There's lots of meal kitchens you can help out. There's lots of charities you can help out in your spare time if you want to, and you might meet good-hearted people there who care. I mean, if they're volunteering at a charity, not all people, but some of them will be compassionate beings, and they'll be intellectually engaged in what they believe and what they're doing intellectually, and they might be beneficial to hang around with.
I think one thing that I have to tell myself is, because there's a lot of people that don't like me either. Like, I'm not like that's something that I focus about, but I'm in the same situation pretty much in my own town. And you got to remember that a lot of people don't like themselves. So I mean, don't take it personally when they don't like you, because they don't really know you. No matter how much you try, some people just aren't going to like you. And we are social animals, I agree.
Yeah.
But I think maybe in some way, because Brother Marcus, we in this group here, you know, we've talked for several hours now. I think you're great. You're a
Yeah.
fantastic person. You've got a great energy. I think it just might be, and I felt this way too, that, you know, by feeling this, because of course your consciousness has changed. You know, you've expressed that you've evolved a bit from your friend group. So it's going to naturally feel normal to feel a bit of a disconnect. And, you know, I don't know.
I mean,
I believe
personally,
that
in my real life, in my day-to-day life, I'm less concerned if people don't like me, much less concerned than I used to be. And I think it's because I know I'm not doing anything like immoral to them. I'm not being malevolent. I watch my manners. I try to be civilized when I'm out and about. So if they don't like me, it's for some superficial or for some reasons of like stupid reasons. Like maybe they don't like, maybe they're jealous or something. I don't know what, but they could be jealous. It's a them problem a lot of the time. And you know,
absolutely.
Schopenhauer did talk about this as well, Brother Marcus. He talked about intelligent people are going to be disliked by society, you know. And it is
Well,
true. If you were talking in a very articulate manner when you're out and about, people are going to be, sometimes people are going to be on their guard because they have that negative bias, because they're thinking, fuck, this person's clever, he's going to figure me out, he's going to figure out I'm an arsehole. And a lot of people have imposter syndrome where they think that they're getting away with it because they don't feel up to their job title or whatever. That's a phenomenon for young people especially. And so when they meet a clever person, they might just be on guard, okay? So it might be just that. And if you're somebody who, you are a philosopher, so if you're debating or talking about philosophically, people aren't used to that. And it's happened to me where I start questioning things. People take it personally. They don't know that you're just like trying to create a conversation or like, you know, just get to some kind of shared fucking, you know, truth or whatever. They don't care about that. They just think this person is challenging me, you know. Even if you're doing it in a friendly manner, you'd be surprised. A lot of people do not like it. A lot of people just see it as an affront and a rude affront to their being, you know.
yeah, I think that, you know, when I approached it in a balanced manner, I thought to myself, you know, I tried it. I've been all over the scale with this, especially when it comes to, you know, human connections. And I found that if you approach it in a balanced state where it's not in like, where you're thinking about, oh, I wish people would connect with me, or in the negative thought process of no one likes me, or I'm unlikable, or I'm different than everybody else, it kind of disrupts the energy field. So kind of thinking and focusing about your own self-love will give off a vibration that will attract the right people to you. And the reason how I know this is because this is how I manifested this group. You know, I may not be able to manifest real in life connections based upon my circumstances, and that's just how it is right now. I think that this period of isolation has been extremely important for me. But once you get through that, on the other side, there will be these healthy connections that we all seek naturally, because we are social animals. People do need people, but we just need the right people, or it's going to lead to, like, when you the negative side, not
Can I
necessarily.
stop there for 1 second?
Yeah.
I actually have this side of me, not many people know, but I actually enjoy sitting down with people who dislike me sometimes in bars and stuff, right? And the reason I do it is my friend says I'm weird for doing it, and I appreciate it. It is a bit weird, but I do it for self-development purposes, because I think this person actively dislikes me and is vocal about it. So I like to sit down and get to know them, talk to them, even though I know they still dislike me. But I like to kind of get inside their head and see what is making them think the way they are, and also to kind of build up a kind of resilience to it in my day-to-day life, and to show it doesn't bother me. And I mean, it's not for everyone, that technique, but I find that rewarding. I don't know why, but I do. What do you think of that, Lacey? Yeah, I kind of do like the challenge, but it's not just the challenge; it's self-development. Because I like to think, well, look, this person's a human being, so why would I run away from anyone who slates me or whatever when they don't know me? So I like to sit down and make them uncomfortable and confront them with somebody that they're slating. And it really is interesting to see, because I've learned a lot about kind of dark psychologies. It's usually the dark psychologies that are like that, like the narcissistic people, or the kind of a lot of people who I've kind of sat down with have been narcissistic. Now I would say it's extremely dangerous to do that, by the way, because narcissistic people with narcissistic personality disorder can be very dangerous. So I wouldn't advise it for everybody. But I would say
they can
personally,
be parasitic,
it's been
right?
Well, no, they can also be obsessively out to get you.
Yeah,
You've got to be very careful you don't shake the hornet's nest.
I know,
But
and that's why I just don't.
I did it as a self-development thing. Maybe I'm over it now, because it just made me kind of more understanding that this person has a dark personality. This is them. They've been hurt. They're a hurt child. They're trying to puff up their chest, stick their feathers up on, and they can't do it to me in real life. But the thing is, it was beneficial for me to like sit at the table with them and talk to them, even though that's what they don't want. Really, they don't want people who understand them. Some people don't want you to understand them, and that's their defense mechanism. But I will say one thing: don't shake the hornet's nest. Don't annoy someone like that, because it doesn't end well. These people are ill, so they'll just go on and on and on. So yeah,
I do agree that a healthy amount of debate and challenge is a good thing, and I will, of course, sit at the table for that. But what I won't give my energy to any longer is these narcissistic type of parasites who just want to get a rise out of you. So we just don't pay any mind to it, really. And it did take practice, but it's doable. And I think that it's best for energy preservation.
It is sad. I mean, there's not that many, like, the spectrums, but I know, like, in my life, like, say the towns I frequent, there's definitely 2 or 3 around, like, kind of in the kind of like society, the town societies, the village societies and stuff, such. There's always a few, and when you can see it and others can't, it is kind of annoying. But it is what it is. You just accept that other people are under the spell, and that's what it's all about, being under the spell. And if you're a threat to the narcissist who has others under the spell and giving them like power in some way, well, you will be spoken about harshly, and there will be lies and everything said about you. So it is part of the disgusting illness that it is. But it is what it is. It's nothing personal. It is what it is. Where are we? Anybody want to come on here, guys? Because I'm going to close down now. It's been a very long stream, so 4 hours. So if you want to come on here just to say a few words, do come on. You can chat backstage for a little bit if you want to. But please, I'll give you 3 minutes to come on here. Other than that, we'll shut it down as we are. But I've enjoyed tonight. Thank you. And it's been great having Seb or Brother Grimm and Last Minute Lacey on here, and Seb Azuzu, or Bastian, sorry, came on, but his microphone didn't work, unfortunately. But hopefully next time he'll have it fixed. We will be back on Friday with another topic, hopefully something interesting that we can engage on and learn and develop and think about. Something that will be beneficially stored in our long-term memory at some stage. So yeah, you got about 2 minutes to come on here before I shut down, if you want to come on and chat. But oh yeah, before I go, Last Minute Lazy, you shared some kind of video. We didn't watch that. Do you want to quickly watch that? Is there something about?
It's not that important. I just wanted to give it in the chat in case somebody wanted to see it, because I didn't actually explain the whole thing that well. It was just, yeah, Brother Marcus, come on. I'm getting a little bit tired anyway, so
Okay.
I might be dipping out here in a second, but
Right.
it was a great show. Very intriguing and interesting topic. I learned a few things myself and had some good time to even just self-reflect a little bit, you know?
It does seem self-reflection and reflection on what we're thinking about and what is happening, what we're learning. Reflection is key, and also being able to deduce what is positive for you as an individual and eradicating the negative. Don't forget, it's about you, your well-being, and also it's about you helping the well-being of others. If something isn't doing that, question its validity as an impression on your mind, as an intrusive memory. Why are you thinking about it if it's not helping you or others?
Yeah, I mean, each with the push and pull of things that I've observed, I guess it just comes down to, like, with these people that, you know, they'll try to influence you whether one way or the other, and it depends upon your choice whether you go down the right hand path, the path of the heart, or the left hand path, the path of the mind. And when you were talking about, you know, people saying nasty things about us and things like that, I think that for the people that hear those types of things, they need to determine with their own discernment and their own feelings of intuition whether to accept that as part of their reality or to reject it. You know what I mean? Whether you want to, or find out for yourself, right? That's why I always tell people to go to the source, right, of the information rather than just taking it as secondhand information. So, good stuff.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely, as always, make your own mind up. It's a matter of for your mind and heart. That's what matters. Go inwards, introspect, think about it for yourself, and make your own mind up. Don't depend on others for your own outlook completely. Divine Hazel, you have to attach your. Oh, you've done it. Well done. And so you have to attach your microphone. You're on, Divine Hazel. Lovely to have you with us at this in the last moments of the show. Have you got anything you'd like to say about the topic of the show, memory, or anything that was correlated with it?
No.
Okay. I will say One Eye Moon has said, I hope this is genuine. Only time will tell. Last minute, Lacey, wishing you all the best. I'm sorry if I came across the wrong way. I don't mean to harass you. I'm really not someone who should text. I come across badly. All the best. I hope that's true. Time will tell. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just,
Right.
you know, that's this water under the bridge. You know, we're gonna let it go. And I do remember, but I'm just gonna let it go. You know, it's all right, and I forgive you, and I wish you the best as well. I do understand about coming off the wrong way sometimes, so we can just let bygones be bygones. And you know, I thank you for joining and taking part. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. I'm gonna bid you farewell now, just in case, you know, we end the show and I don't get to do this. I very much appreciate being on, and it was lovely having this conversation with you this evening. And hello, Brother Marcus and Divine Hazel. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Last Minute Lacey, as always. Lovely. Brother Marcus is here now. Brother Marcus, have you got anything to say about memory or the correlated, any correlated ideas that popped into your head about it all this evening?
Not off the top of my head.
No problemo. Well, I suppose we'll leave it there then. Hopefully it's been one to remember. But if it hasn't, I don't know. It's up to you to discern in your short-term memory, from your short-term memory, whether the show is worth paying more attention to, rehearsing, and playing back again and again so that it's stored in your long-term memory for retrieval at a later point. And if you do want to retrieve it long-term, remember that the best way to protect your memory is good nutrition, using it or losing it, the maintenance rehearsal, so continuing to use it in the same way, learning the same material again and again, reusing it day to day. Also, as I said, good nutrition, getting plenty of sleep. And a good way to learn is chunking. So you break things up into a way that is more memorable, more easier to take in. And if you can't take it in by just hearing, maybe you could write it out as well, read it. There's so many things that we said about tonight.
And
but anyway,
aerobic exercise too.
Aerobic exercise to keep the oxygen flowing to your brain. Absolutely. And having a laugh now and again, apparently, as well, gets the serotonin going. And these neurotransmitters are very important for forming memories. If you've got bad memories, try to replace them with good ones by having new experiences, and also by challenging them and coming up with a logical way to overcome them. Okay, we spoke about that as well. And I would say best of luck with your memories going forward. Thank you very much to everybody who tuned in. Hopefully see you again on Friday. Take care now. Bye bye.
Cheerio.